I declare open this hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee's inquiry into the effectiveness of sanctions against the Russian Federation. The committee will be conducting today's hearing both in person and via video conference. I am Senator Henderson, Chair of the committee, and I am joined online by Senator Ciccone, Senator Whittaker, Senator Shoebridge, Senator McLaughlin, Senator Nampijinpa-Price and Senator Collins. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard script transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. I'd now like to welcome Dr. Anton Moiseienko. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Good morning. My name is Anton Moiseienko. I'm an Associate Professor of Law at the Australian National University, and I appear here today in my personal capacity.
Thank you so much. I would now like to invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify in front of this important inquiry. In my written submission, I described Australian sanctions against Russia as lacking in vigour and ambition. This might be a surprising statement to make, given the no doubt strong bipartisan support for Ukraine that Australia has exhibited, and the expansion in the Australian sanctions regime against Russia over the past 4 years. There are, however, 3 areas that I would respectfully draw the attention of this committee to that, to my mind, demonstrate gaps that continue to persist in the Australian sanctions regime against Russia. First of all, there is the ongoing issue of the purchases of refined petroleum stemming from Russian crude oil that continue unabated in Australia. I understand that later today you will hear from the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air, who have demonstrated in their analysis that billions of dollars every year flow from Australia to Russia as a result of those purchases of refined petroleum that is refined in India, China, and other jurisdictions, but ultimately stems from Russian crude oil. Very importantly, unlike the European Union and the United Kingdom, Australia has not yet legislated to put a stop to this practice. What makes this all the more extraordinary is that, as we all know, the EU and the UK traditionally were in a position of dependence on Russian energy supplies. Australia, fortunately, has never been in that place. And it is therefore all the more remarkable that research demonstrates that Australia has emerged as one of the major global markets for Russian oil products. And this is one indication of renewed energy and focus that needs to be invested into the Australian sanctions regime to ensure that it has practical relevance and not only symbolic one. There is sometimes the misapprehension that Australia is too far away and its economic links to Russia are too tenuous for Australian sanctions to matter. This is one example that proves that this is not more than a misapprehension. Another area that also speaks to this point is the potential position vis-à-vis frozen Russian assets in Australia. In their testimony to a previous inquiry conducted into Australia's sanctions regime by this committee, the Australian government stated that the total amount of frozen Russian assets in Australia, both public, that's to say state-owned, and private, is no more than 100 million Australian dollars. At the same time, Euroclear, which is a Belgian clearinghouse that holds Russian state-owned property for the Russian Central Bank, stated repeatedly that 2% of their Russian asset holdings are denominated in Australian dollars. 2% of what they hold for the Russian Central Bank amounts to approximately 6.7 billion Australian dollars. We do not quite know what this refers to, but one possible explanation is that there might be bank accounts in Australia that are maintained for the benefit of the Central Bank of Russia, but are owned formally by Euroclear, which is why those assets would not be identified in Australia as belonging to the Russian Central Bank and therefore not frozen on that basis. It is, however, paramount that the Australian public knows the precise amount of Russian sovereign wealth that is held in Australia, directly or indirectly, and therefore I would hope that the committee has an opportunity to inquire of the Australian Sanctions Office what efforts have been taken to account for that figure in Euroclear's reporting and identify any indirect holdings of Russian state wealth in Australia. Finally, the third area that I would briefly raise is the all-important question of implementation and enforcement. No doubt today you will hear a lot about the extent of Australian sanctions against Russia. Thousands of individuals and companies sanctioned, hundreds of vessels designated, various categories of services being prohibited. But we need to be absolutely clear that unless this is backed up by a strong enforcement capability, all these measures amount no more than to a press release. And over the past 4 years, we have not seen any examples of enforcement action in Australia in connection with Russia sanctions, unlike, for example, in the EU, the UK, the United States, or Canada. By way of a brief comparator, we know, again, from a previous inquiry undertaken by this committee, that there are 23 people employed in the Australian Sanctions Office with limited investigatory powers. In the United Kingdom, there are 135 people working for one of the two sanctions agencies that the country has, the Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation, and there is a separate agency focused on the implementation of trade sanctions. Now, any international comparison is always imperfect. Those are different countries with different kinds of economies and connections to Russia. But the question remains, is the expansion in Australian sanctions backed up by a strong and well-resourced enforcement capability? Has it been built out over the past couple of years? Thank you very much for the opportunity to make these opening remarks. I will stop here, and I very much look forward to your questions. Thanks again for convening this important inquiry.
Dr. Moiseienko, thank you so much for your opening remarks. So I hear loud and clear your concerns about the current regime of sanctions. So I guess to cut to the chase, what would you like to see the government do differently?
First of all, I would conduct a stock take of the enforcement capacity, and part of that is resourcing. So how many people are there in the Australian Sanctions Office? Is it still 23 people? Very importantly, how many people work full-time on sanctions investigations in the Australian Federal Police, which is the lead agency for sanctions investigations? Because if the answer is you can count them on the fingers of one hand, that is clearly problematic given the scale of the regime. That's one important area. I would also ask the Australian Sanctions Office what more do they need in order to support sanctions investigations carried out by the AFP. In connection with the oil trade that, as I've outlined, continues, Australia should legislate to follow the example of the UK and the EU to ban the import of refined petroleum into Australia that comes from Russian crude oil. There are various ways of doing this. There are blanket bans that can be imposed on a national level, so imports from countries where significant amounts of Russian crude oil are being refined, or it can be done at a refinery level. And there are people in Australia, some of which you'll hear from later today, who have been doing this analysis and identifying specific refineries that refine Russian petroleum and then sell it on to Australia. In connection with Russian frozen assets, to some extent, the practical acuteness of a crisis that might otherwise unfold is mitigated by the fact that there are EU freezing measures in place in Belgium, where Euroclear sits. But again, if there are Russian sovereign assets held through Euroclear in Australia, it is important to understand what those are, what the amounts are, whether they need to be, for example, segregated into accounts where this wealth is not commingled with other property that's held by Euroclear in Australia. So there are questions that I would recommend be asked of the Australian Sanctions Office to identify what they have done and what more needs to be done to know the true scale of Russian sovereign wealth held in this country, so that those freezing measures can be maintained for as long as necessary.
So in other submissions that we have received, and you would be aware of this, we've been told very clearly that tracking Russian crude oil is very difficult. So what are the sorts of things that Australia could do to better understand the source of crude oil entering into the Australian supply chain?
I realise that there are a number of witnesses that you will hear from who are more expert in the actual tracking and have been doing this. Again, I would refer to the work of Kriya in Finland and Mark Corrigan here in Australia. I understand that they have been capable to a large extent of tracking this crude oil. I think also that the reality is the EU, again, we're talking about 27 member states coming together in concert, and the United Kingdom would not have legislated for these measures if they thought there was no practical capacity, it was not realistic to enforce those measures. So a couple of practical steps that need to be taken is A, consult with the EU and the UK on how they approach enforcement, consult with expertise available overseas like Korea or within Australia in terms of how to identify refineries and countries that are particularly problematic, and then do the best that one can in order to stem the flow of these goods. I think it's very important not to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. In all domains of sanctions, you can never fully stop the flow of sanctioned goods, but you can put a very significant dent into that flow. And I think it's very likely that if those measures were put in place, Australia might still be importing some Russian crude refined in other countries, but it would not be worth billions of dollars per year, I would imagine.
I mean, you've been very critical about the enforcement regime and the capacity of the Australian Sanctions Office. What specifically would you like to see them do in terms of their investigatory powers? Is it just a matter of people power in the office, or do they need a lot more armoury to do their job?
I would ask this of them. I think one also has to be somewhat sympathetic to the Australian Sanctions Office. And what I'm saying today is not intended as a criticism of the people who work there, but we need to bear in mind that they were set up, I think, around 2021. A couple of years into their operation, they had to contend with the explosive expansion in the Russian sanctions regime. And a great proportion of their efforts, as far as I understand, have rightly been focused on outreach and education of the various sectors around Australia. They have also made referrals to the Australian Federal Police, and we saw that in the context of Iran sanctions in particular. My concern is that, based on what I'm seeing from the outside, the overall enforcement architecture, which is 23 people in the ASO, or however many that might be, plus an unknown number of people specializing in sanctions in the Australian Federal Police, is just not enough in order to support enforcement across this vast and sprawling regime. Again, it might be the case that there are no sanctions evasion actions that need to be taken in Australia, but that is simply in contrast to the experience of other comparator countries. And therefore, I think it's very important to ask of the ASO and AFP whether they genuinely have the resources they need to carry out their work, and in particular, just understanding that sanctions enforcement capability across those two agencies. Do they have a proper resource to investigate potential sanctions evasion? Again, from the outside, it looks as though the answer might well be no at this stage.
You've raised and drawn attention to the amount of Russian assets held in Australian dollars. Do you think it's feasible for Australia to seize those assets and, for instance, to transfer them to Ukraine? Is that something that you believe is a viable option?
There is a complex international discussion unfolding there, and it is important to coordinate any such steps with international partners, which Australia has been very careful to do. The current state of the debate is this. There is an EU proposal that was discussed in December last year for a Ukraine reparations loan, which would not involve any seizure of those Russian assets, but a loan of them to Ukraine. Russia would be effectively repaid for that by bonds issued by the EU, but the EU bonds issued to Russia would only become due and payable upon Russia's compliance with its obligation to pay reparations to Ukraine. So it is a fairly complicated scheme that is aimed to deal with some of the concerns that various commentators have raised around the international law aspects of an outright transfer. The Australian position, to my mind, should be this. First, identify how much there is actually in Australia, whether held directly by the Central Bank of Russia or indirectly through Euroclear. Ensure that that keeps frozen regardless of the developments in the EU, which for now don't give any particular cause for concern on that front, but it is important to know what is in Australia. And then engage with this global conversation and raise Australia's voice as to whether or not the EU scheme is something that is worth pursuing. It's understandable that Australia would not be able to move unilaterally. It's not in the position of Belgium that actually holds 200 billion in those assets. But Australia is an important contributor, or should be an important contributor, to global debates as to whether the approach that the EU proposes is the right one. I think it is. And so it would be useful for Australia to make its position clear and say, we're aware of this proposal to make use of Russian assets for the benefit of Ukraine. We think it is a sound approach. We support it. That, I think, would be an important statement for Australia to make.
Do you know whether Australian officials have been involved in these discussions about reparations? I understand that this is a proposal only. And I also wanted to ask you about if there was going to be further legislative response. Could you perhaps expand on what you would like to see by way of changes to legislation or new laws to deal with the challenges that we face at the moment?
I don't know whether Australian officials have been involved in these discussions. It is a matter of public knowledge that Australia has been involved, for example, in discussions around creating a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. So clearly, the broader spectrum of accountability-related questions Australia is constructively involved with. I don't know to what extent that has extended to issues around the disposal of frozen Russian assets. And to my mind, this is an area that's worth pursuing and understanding what the Australian involvement has been so far. In terms of legislative changes, I think that for now, the more important question is just understanding, are there those assets in Australia that are held indirectly? Have they been identified? What steps have been taken to do so? If not, then again, what does Australia make of those statements by Euroclear in relation to there being Australian dollar-denominated assets? Because under Australian law, any property controlled by the Central Bank of Russia already is subject to freezing automatically by operation of the law. Therefore, the question in my mind is, how good are we, how good is Australia as a country in identifying that property that's actually controlled by the Central Bank of Russia? And then once that is identified, one can talk about, for example, whether that property needs to be segregated into separate accounts that are just accounts directly related to the Russian Central Bank or not. But the first step is enforcement and understanding what is there.
Do you have any insights as to how much property in this country has been identified and frozen?
The only figure that I'm aware of is the figure that was voiced in a previous hearing before this committee, which is $100 million in total. So that's across state-owned property and private property. It would, I think, be useful to understand what the breakdown is, because that would give a better sense of how much state-owned property there is there, how much private property, and are those figures credible, and that would be a useful stepping stone for further discussions. For now, it's just one figure that we know and nothing more.
Dr. Moiseienko, thank you. I'm now going to go to other senators for questions. And just to explain, I'm here in Canberra. All other senators are appearing remotely, and I understand Senator Collins has some questions. Senator Collins, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you so much for your submission today and your evidence. I have to say your written submission is absolutely crystal clear, and I appreciate that. It's an excellent submission. I just wanted to follow on from that line of questioning about the extent of the government's knowledge of Russian assets in Australia. Given the extent of the difference between Euroclear's positioning and the government's positioning, do you think that the government doesn't understand it properly enough, or they're severely underestimating it, or they're trying to obfuscate the actual extent of Russian assets in Australia in Australian dollar denominated dollar currency?
I think that the reality is the way in which Russian assets have been held, or at least the nature of these assets, has changed over time. So my understanding of the way that Euroclear ordinarily operates is it basically invests the wealth of the Central Bank of Russia into government-issued securities around the world, and that would have included at some point Australian government-issued securities. Then they matured into cash in time, and so it is quite possible that they would have matured into cash in Australian bank accounts that are held by Euroclear. And that, I think, is the core of the challenge there. Are there those Australian bank accounts held by Euroclear? And if so, has the government been able to identify the proportion of those Euroclear accounts in Australia that are traceable back to the wealth invested on behalf of the Central Bank of Russia? That is an important compliance question. I understand why it might perhaps have not been the focus of the government amidst all the other competing priorities in connection with sanctions against Russia. But now it's been 4 years since sanctions were put in place, and it's, I think, long overdue that we hear a full explanation of what the government's understanding the position is. Again, I think it is possible that there is another explanation that I'm not aware of. It's just that for now, all that we have is this figure put out by the government, 100 million. We also have a dramatically different figure found in Euroclear's report, and it would be useful to understand how these two correlate. So I would not perhaps go beyond that for now in terms of drawing any inferences as to why there is this discrepancy, beyond saying that I would like to hear much more context around that from the Australian government, if at all possible.
Okay. And if, for example, the government had identified that all those securities had matured into cash and were in Australian bank accounts, under the current settings, should they be freezing those bank accounts, or is there another step that has to be taken by this government to be able to do that?
Yes, they have to be freezing those accounts by operation of Australian law, because property controlled by any sanctioned entity, including the Central Bank of Russia, has to be frozen in Australia. For now, the reason why the practical importance of this has been somewhat attenuated is simply because there's also a European freeze in place that freezes all assets at the Euroclear level in Belgium. So Euroclear can't, for example, withdraw anything that they own for the Russian Central Bank in Australia and make that available to the Central Bank of Russia. if at some point in future European sanctions were to be lifted or lapsed, then it is important that there is a separate freezing regime in place in Australia in relation to these assets. And in general, I think there is an important aspect of the credibility of the Australian sanctions regime that is at stake here. Australia needs to know how much is held in its jurisdiction on behalf of a sanctioned entity, including one as systemically important as the Central Bank of Russia.
And just so I can clarify, your understanding is that that work to better understand it is underway, or the government's not doing it?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Well, hopefully we can find out more on that today. Just a final question from me, Chair. On the crude oil supply chains, given our dependence on the current supply chains now, what other options are available to the Australian market if we were to change from those current settings?
The only answer that I would be able to give to this is that the experience of the EU and the UK, again, is instructive because they would have faced all the same challenges, but tenfold, given their geographic proximity to Russia and historical dependencies. There are no doubt other witnesses today who have far more in-depth subject matter expertise on supply chains and economics to be able to help you with understanding the details. But my sense as a mere lawyer looking at this from the outside is that, again, there are other countries that have considered those issues in a situation of far greater dependency on Russia and decided that they are able to forego those particular sources of crude oil in their supply chain.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moiseienko, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Collins. There being no other questions from senators, Dr. Moiseienko, thank you very much for your evidence today. We sincerely appreciate that. And we would also appreciate if any responses to questions on notice are provided by Friday, the 27th of February. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I would now like to welcome Mr. Mark Corrigan and representatives from Minderoo Foundation. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I'll give you a minute to make your way to the table. Thank you very much. So for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Mark Corrigan. I'm appearing as a private individual.
Thanks, Mr. Corrigan.
My name's Rebecca Bryan. I'm Director of Global Advocacy for the Minderoo Foundation.
Thanks, Ms. Bryant. I'd now like to invite each of you to make a brief opening statement, and at the conclusion of that, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Mr. Corrigan, do you have an opening statement?
Good morning, Senators. Thank you for setting up this timely inquiry, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute. I'm a chemical engineer from Tasmania and began my sanctions journey in 2022, shortly after the full-scale invasion began. Ukrainian neighbours were dealing with the impact, and while helping out where I could, I came to realise that I was part of a deeper problem. An Australian motorist funding Russia's invasion through the petrol bowser. I wrote to my MP thinking the situation was so obviously dysfunctional it would be fixed in no time. How naive. On the surface, Australia's sanctions legislation is well constructed for exactly this situation, placing economic pressure on a belligerent country asserting dominance over a peaceful and weaker neighbour. Early civil court decisions demonstrated such strength. Once designated, Russian oil flow into Australia stopped, albeit from a minor baseline. Yet from that point, loopholes appeared, but were not dealt with by policy adjustment. The Sanctions Office provided Australia's oil industry with, in my view, inexplicable guidance that opened the valve to third-party refined Russian oil products entering the country. So-called shadow fleet tankers were belatedly sanctioned, yet remained part of our supply chain via intermediate trade and manufacturing nodes. Australian refined products appeared to be entering our market without restraint through intermediaries, and otherwise sanctioned Russian entities like Rosneft and Lukoil continued to conduct business with the Australian market via intermediate terminals and refineries. Australian investment vehicles profit from Russian trade, yet remain unhindered by either legislation or the regulator. Australian entities with significant or controlling holdings in oil infrastructure across far-flung ports in Singapore, Malaysia, India, UAE, South Africa and Argentina continue to facilitate Russian trade and assist Russia's war effort. The status quo cannot continue. Australia's democratic allies in the EU, UK and US are taking significant and rapid steps to stem the flow of Russian oil, while we watch on and hope no one notices our disengagement. We should immediately adopt a ban on third-party refined Russian product. Greater compliance scrutiny should be applied by DFAT, ASO, ABF and AFP. We also require consideration of how to limit Australian capital being used to support Russia's war effort through complicit foreign terminal holdings. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr Corrigan. Ms Bryant, do you have an opening statement?
Chair and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. The Minderoo Foundation has stood with Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion and continues to do so. We have supported humanitarian relief, recovery and reconstruction and aligned our advocacy with Ukraine's stated priorities. Across government, civil society and philanthropy, Australia has provided significant support to Ukraine, including humanitarian assistance, defence support and sustained diplomatic backing. Sanctions are a central pillar of that broader response. They are the principal peaceful mechanism available to constrain Russia's capacity to sustain its war effort and to uphold international law. Australia has imposed a comprehensive framework of sanctions, including targeted financial measures, travel bans, export and import restrictions, and steps addressing maritime sanctions evasions and Russia's shadow fleet activity. We support the government's stated objectives that Australia's sanctions prevent Australians from contributing directly or indirectly to Russia's war effort. Our focus today is on policy coherence. While Australia has taken substantial action, current fuel import settings may permit refined petroleum products made from Russian crude to enter Australia indirectly via third countries. Oil and gas revenues remain a significant source of income for the Russian state, and sanctions are intended to constrain that capacity. Partners, including the European Union and the United Kingdom, have moved to restrict refined products made from Russian crude, regardless of where they are processed. Greater alignment strengthens collective impact and the credibility of sanctions. Our intention in appearing today is to support the continued strengthening of Australia's sanctions framework. Closing this remaining gap would be a targeted and proportionate reform that reinforces Australia's commitment to Ukraine and to the rules-based international order. We welcome the opportunity to assist the committee in that work, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Bryant. Mr Corrigan, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has described our sanctions as our most innovative, wide-ranging and multifaceted sanctions measures reflecting the scale and seriousness of Russia's breach of international law, including the UN Charter. How would you respond to that statement?
The legislation itself, it appears to be well-founded, and for example, when there were several civil cases that went through the courts, That was Tiger's Realm and Quoll, and they gave surprisingly robust findings that strengthened Australia's position against Russia's activity. For instance, transporting overseas within Russia was found to be contravention of our imports restrictions. And so coal couldn't be moved around by an Australian company, even though it was in Russia and never intended to come to Australia. So there are strong parts of our legislation, but what we're seeing since the full-scale invasion and then the Russia's development of their shadow fleet, particularly, we're seeing that there are holes all over the place and leakage of Russia's main income source, that's oil, going to Australia via places like India and Singapore particularly, and Malaysia and China. So, yes, they may say that, but it's the money that talks. And if money is going back to Russia, well, we need to do something about that.
So you say in your submission the impact of closures of 5 Australian refineries between 2013 and 2022 has had a significant impact on Australia's fuel security. Could you expand on those concerns?
It changed the dynamics of imports when, at the start of that period, I think I referred to a decade period, half of our imports of petroleum was as crude and half was as refined petroleum. Once all those refineries were closed, it became 90%, approximately 90% as refined product and a small amount of crude material. Now, we have, as it turns out, a lot less say.
Just why is that material? Could you just explain?
Sorry?
Why is that material? Could you just explain?
The identity of the material, now that we're thinking about Russia and sanctions, the identity of the source of that material is becoming more veiled. And so if we have, in restricting Russian crude coming into the country, which before the sanction was applied was really not very much. We haven't relied on Russian crude much at all historically, but at least we know where it's coming from. Now we don't know where it's coming from.
Because most of the crude is now being diverted. It's been refined elsewhere.
Elsewhere, yeah.
And how, I mean, one of the huge complexities is how do you track it? How do you know when crude is being used by other countries? Russian crude, I should say, is being used by other countries.
A lot of my focus has been on Reliance Industries' Jamnagar refinery in India, in Gujarat, mainly because India was a significant importer of Russian crude, and that particular refinery was our single largest refinery source of product coming to Australia. It accounted for 10% of our total imports. Now, I'm just an individual, but I can follow ships through use of commodity clearing, commodity tracking. There's commercial entities that deal with that as their business. You can see the ships, the tracks on publicly available software if you know which ship to look for. Mm-hmm. So I was seeing ships that were otherwise sanctioned, not necessarily in Australia, but by Europe or the UK or the US, going to Jamnagar refinery, being with Russian fuel, Russian crude, being refined there, and then we would take refined product coming to Australia to pretty well every importer in Australia. I couldn't find one retail outlet that wasn't sourcing this product.
But I guess, how do you know that the Indian refinery was using Russian crude? Were they not also sourcing crude from other markets as well?
They were.
So therefore, the tracking of the Russian crude is complex, isn't it?
So when it goes into a refinery,
It's all mixed together, isn't it?
When I first started looking at it, it was in the 20%-ish area of was Russian crude of their total imports. Last year, it reached 55%.
And why is that, Mr. Corrigan? Why has there been this?
They were getting it cheaper. And so if they have the choice of importing some Ural crude or ESPO crude, then it's cheaper, and they would choose to buy it, and they weren't being restrained by their government, and their market, which was included Australia but also EU, wasn't saying no to that product.
So again, just to cut to the chase, so we need crude and refined products in this country. So what does Australia do? Given the complexity of establishing more onshore refining capacity, do you have any observations about what practically Australia can do in terms of its fuel supply?
It highlighted to me that there is a downside to getting rid of our own refineries, because we have a lot more control over where that material is coming from, where we would be buying a crude shipment from a particular oil field, and we know exactly where that's coming from. It's becoming more veiled now that we've got less refining capacity. We've only got 2 more refineries left. There's also a grey area of...
So to cut to the chase on this, is there a way for Australia to source their crude, to have the guarantees that they can source crude from countries other than Russia?
We can.
How would Australia do that?
We could at least place an onus of responsibility on the importers to not bring in a material that's been sourced from Russian crude. Now, there are, if you look at the Trade Clearinghouse Platts in their Singapore market, many of the traders in that market specifically say that the material that they've got for sale, they're offering, is free of Russian material. We have companies in Australia, for example, Viva Energy buys their product usually through Vitol. Vitol is a massive trader in the world, and Viva has an obligation to buy from Vitol, because Vitol used to own the company, and then before they floated it, they established a sole supply arrangement, and so Viva has to go to Vitol. What surprised me was that in that Singapore market, Vitol makes offers not offering the guarantee that the material is free from Russian oil.
Not offering.
Their offers are not saying that it's free from Russian material. Other traders are saying that it is free of Russian material.
And so
they're offering a guarantee.
Sorry to cut in. Why is Vitol making the decision not to do that, not to provide that guarantee on the world market, where others are in the position to do that? Is this driven by price? What's it being driven by?
I have no idea. Vitol has a history of they traded with Iran for example, 10 years ago, while other European traders were turning their back on Iran because of sanctions that were being imposed.
Just cognisant of any adverse reflections on anyone, any company, I'd be very keen and happy to take this on notice if you could provide any evidence to support what you're saying about Vitol versus other world suppliers. So if there's any way you can demonstrate what's actually happening, we'd be really grateful to have a look at that.
I should add that the situation is changing very rapidly right now because of the EU ban, and so they may, when I put in my submission, it was before the EU ban was implemented. Now the EU ban was implemented on about the 21st of January, and so they may now be offering guarantees.
All right, well, if you could come back, through other questions on notice process and just clarify that, and I'm sure we should probably invite Viva to make submissions in that respect as well. But I would appreciate, if there's a way of clarifying what's happened since the 21st of January with respect to the guarantees that Vitol is providing, particularly to a great, and I have to say I have a particular affection for Viva Energy, being very much based in the Geelong region. So I'd be very grateful if you could update your evidence by having a look at what's happened since the 21st of January. Look, I just wanted to, we will go to other senators, but I just wanted to ask Ms Bryant, how have the Russian sanctions evasion impacted operations on the ground as Minderoo has observed them? Senator,
our interest in Ukraine is long-standing and unwavering. We have provided nearly 32 million Australian dollars in support of Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction since 2022. We work principally through partners who are trusted, for example, WFP and the Halo Trust. Through those partners, we support Ukrainians who are doing it tough after 4 years of constant fighting. I can't answer your question in any measure of detail. What I can say is that it's important from our perspective that Australia's policy response to Russia's aggression is consistent and that any evident gaps are closed. It is the case that revenue from refined petroleum products is making its way back to Russia and fueling its war effort. This can't be quantified precisely, but it's true that it is impacting Ukrainians on the ground and ensuring that the war effort is ongoing. So that's not a very effective answer to your question, Senator, but it remains a concern to us that we do everything that we can as a country to stand with Ukraine and ensure that this war comes to a speedy end.
Thanks, Ms Bryan. I'm now going to go to other senators for questions. Senator Nampijinpa Price, you have the call.
Thank you, Ms Bryan. How much longer do you think has the humanitarian crisis on the ground been drawn out because of Russia's sanctions evasion?
It's impossible for me to quantify, Senator, but it is the case that communities throughout Ukraine are continuing to suffer from ongoing aggression fuelled by revenue returning to the Russian state from avoidance of sanctions. I mean, again, not a very effective answer to your question, but the fact that Russia has been able to sustain its effort for 4 years should be of a concern to all of us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Senator Nampijinpa Price? No? I'll now hand over to Senator Collins. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for your evidence today. And Mr Corrigan, you said before that there is publicly available software allowing you to track these ships quite closely. Thank you for doing that work. I'm just wondering whether you're aware of whether the Australian government is tracking them as closely as you are.
I hope so. I don't see a lot of evidence though, but it could be the opacity of the organisation, but I'm not seeing it. Dr. Moiseienko mentioned the work of CREA, who should be appearing later on in this inquiry. They do very good work with tracking, and I do a lot of cooperation with data sourcing through them. But there is commercial data available, and it's within the reach of the Australian government to use that commercial data. It's the data that I'm using, and so I don't understand if they're not using it for such a critical surveillance.
And there wasn't any, you didn't get any sense of change of direction or urgency from the government when the EU enforced its own ban?
No, I'm not seeing any change so far. There have been some changes. For instance, they've expanded the tanker sanctions in number, but then I'm not sure that the tanker sanctions in our part of the world, I'm not sure that the tanker sanctions are actually that critical. It's more about banning the product that has Russian material in it. That would be the critical step.
And you think, just given your evidence before, we did hear how complex it is, but given your expertise, you think it is possible to be able to identify the Russian crude oil that is making its way into the supply chains of Australian oil supplies?
Well, I've been doing it I focus on particular places, India, and then I moved on to Singapore and then Malaysia, and I don't see it is complex, but it's not unachievable. My numbers tend to line up with people in Europe, and sometimes tankers in the shadow fleet turn off their transponders and then they turn them back on again halfway around the world. But you can still see roughly what's happening. Yes, it's not always that easy, but it should be within the capability of either ASO or Border Force or the Federal Police.
Should be within their capability. Thank you very much. That is very helpful. To Ms. Bryant, I'm just wondering about the Minderoo Foundation. You do a lot of good work in Ukraine. Does the Minderoo Foundation invest in a lot of big projects that might use oil itself?
No, Senator, we don't.
Okay. With the work that you're doing in Ukraine, are you aware of whether the Ukrainian government or the military is able to track its own supply chains of oil that it's using for its own war?
I'm not aware.
Or defence in the war?
I'm afraid I don't have any knowledge of that, Senator.
Okay, so Mr. Corrigan, do you know if any work is being done in Ukraine on tracking its supply chains and oil?
Absolutely. In my submission, I mentioned 3 tankers that were disabled by Ukrainian armed forces, that 2 of them were in the Black Sea, 1 was in the Mediterranean. And one of the points that I made was that in Australia not taking action, Ukraine is then forced to do the dirty work and use precious defence expenditure to disable Russia's oil trade. And I find it embarrassing as an Australian that we're still using Russian fuel in our supply chain while they're trying to take out the tankers.
Are we sending any oil over to Ukraine ourselves?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, that's very helpful evidence. Thank you very much, Mr. Corrigan, and thank you, Ms. Bryant. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Collins. Mr. Corrigan, you've raised the idea of entities producing a sanctioned product exposure statement, something along those lines, to investors. Could you just expand on how you think that might work? Could we just turn that camera off?
I was thinking of how we might be able to respond. It's probably the lightest response that I'd hope for. The surprise was that we have these entities such as IFM Investors, which is a massive investment vehicle for Australian industry super, and the fact that they have holdings in terminals that are handling Russian oil was I found it shocking, and then when that was dealt with in the media, and then it came out that Future Fund also has holdings, and other superannuation funds that I didn't know about also had holdings in these terminals that handle Russian fuel. I thought it could be like the requirement for entities doing declarations on modern slavery, but in that particular case, there's not really much obligation for them to divest or to do anything that is substantive. But at least it would inform investors that in investing in this superannuation fund or in an equity fund, that they can go in with their eyes wide open, that if I put money into this fund, then I'm helping Russia.
Can you just provide us with a bit more detail about the situation with IM Investors and any other superannuation company?
I came across that accidentally when I was looking at Malaysia, looking at the ownership of a terminal, ATB in Johor, and then it turned out that I'm mentioning VTOL again, but VTOL and IFM are equal holders in that entity.
And this is VTOL Tank Terminals International?
Yeah, so their combined entity is VTTI.
Yep. Oh, okay, so that's the entity that's got ownership by both VTOL and by IFM?
Yeah.
And this is the terminal which is being operated in Malaysia.
Yep.
And so from what I understand, it's reportedly handling over 1 million tonnes of Russian refined products since January 2024.
Yeah. So I knew that I could see that Russian oil was coming into it, and that there was Australian ownership involved, so that was the surprising part. VTTI have got terminals across the world, so it includes IFM ownership of those terminals. Not all of them deal with Russian product, but they do I found not as much as Malaysia, but they did have some shipments from Russia going into their South Africa terminal and an Argentinian terminal as well. A small amount. The big amount was going through Malaysia.
And so are you aware of any other involvement by any other Australian superannuation entity in relation to direct or indirect ownership of property
across the world or in Malaysia?
Yeah, which supports the importation or supports more generally?
In Malaysia or across the world? No,
just in any other Australian superannuation entity which has any other ownership of any property or other concerns relating to Russian crude.
Yep. Macquarie Bank has holdings in in Johor, not Johor, Jurong Port Universal Terminal, there was quite a large amount of Russian refined product going into that terminal, and also into the adjacent terminal, which is not owned by Australians, but that was Horizon Terminal. But they're right next door to each other, and there's a pipeline between them, and so they can shuffle product. So it was of concern that Macquarie Bank had holdings in that terminal, was taking Russian refined product, but also that Australian importers were taking product from that terminal. And so there was a supply, it was in our supply chain, it also had holdings by Australian entities.
And look, I just want to refer in particular to an article by Matthew Knott published in the Sydney Morning Herald on the 20th of November 2025, and that is entitled "Australia's Biggest Super Funds Accused of Profiting from Russian Blood Oil." Some of Australia's biggest superannuation funds have been accused of profiting from shipments of Russian oil passing through Southeast Asia, raising fears that Australians' retirement savings are helping fund Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine. That's the first and opening paragraph. Very happy to table that article. But that's a very serious concern, clearly, to anyone who's seeking to invest in a superannuation firm under circumstances where they may not know all of the interests. So what obligation do you believe the government has to ensure that there is appropriate action and transparency in relation to these matters?
When history is a funny thing, but Senator Hume, I think, when she was Superannuation Minister, and then Treasurer Frydenberg, at the outbreak of the full-scale invasion, they called for Australian entities to divest of investments in Russia. It was early days. It was the month after the outbreak. I think that needs to be extended. That call needs to be extended to entities that have got investments that are handling Russian fuel, like Macquarie Bank in Singapore and IFM investors and associated funds in Malaysia. I do know that once that article came out, there was a flurry of activity amongst superannuation funds to find out what their actual exposure was, because it's I don't know whether it was a surprise to them, but it sounded like it was a surprise, and that they weren't following what IFM Investors was doing on their behalf.
Are there any other investments about which you know or are concerned?
One particular equity fund is particularly disturbing, has holdings in Fujairah, ProStar Capital. I've reported that because I thought it was so blatant. A large amount of... I haven't got the investigative ability, but what I could see was that they were showing up as the buyer, as one of the buyers of a lot of Russian material going to a terminal that they part own in Fujairah, and they used to 90% own an adjacent terminal in Fujairah. I don't know that that is being followed up by Australian authorities. I haven't had a response, and I reported it in November.
So how do you rate what the superannuation sector is doing to prevent exposing members' investments to Russia, full stop? Obviously, they're not getting a 10 out of 10.
No. I did actually, because I felt bad that that industry superannuation funds in particular were, because that's your mum and dad investors. When I found that IFM was involved, I actually tried ringing the chairperson to say, why are you doing this? And do you realise it's happening? Do you realise the implications? They said they would ring me back, but I never got a call back.
And who was that chairperson you were trying to contact?
The chairperson.
And what was his or her name?
Her name. Sorry, I've forgotten her name.
Okay. Did you correspond with IFM in relation to your concerns?
I only tried ringing her.
So,
I tried ringing her. I spoke to her for a minute. And she
you
said
did speak to her?
I did, yeah.
And what did the chair say to you?
She said that she would ring me back.
Right. And you never heard back from her?
I never heard back. I don't know what she was going to do, but I thought it was a polite thing to do because this issue, I had brought it out in the media. I did ponder talking before going to the media, but I didn't think I would get much response, and that turned out to be correct.
And what do you think that the Australian government should be doing? I mean, obviously you've referred to the earlier cause by the then Treasurer Josh Frydenberg and also Senator Hume when she was in the superannuation role. What should this government be doing to raise the alarm bells in your view?
For a start, we need to follow suit with the EU. We need to implement the third-party refining and terminal bans that the EU has implemented. I'm struggling to see why we haven't done that. We even appear on the exemption from paperwork in the EU legislation, and so theoretically we could be getting Russian-tainted fuel coming to Australia, and the EU could import it from Australia to the EU without the required paperwork. So we need to be good allies with the EU and the UK. The UK has announced that they're going to do it, and from indications in the media, they're intending to do that by spring 2026. But we haven't seen that yet. But that's the critical thing. We need to put the onus on importers to obtain guarantee that the product they're buying is free of Russian provenance. That's the absolute critical issue.
So your call right now today would be that IFM investors and other superannuation funds with any direct or indirect investments in Russia whatsoever, including, of course, Russian crude and terminals, they should immediately divest those investments?
If they're able to change the behaviour so that they're not importing, handling any Russian material, that's probably the best move, because at least they're using their economic clout to get change. Failing that, I think they should divest.
So just to explain that in more detail, so there's either divestment or can you just explain what the other option is for IFM and other investors?
That they should try and change the behaviour of the entity that they're involved with, so that they're not handling Russian-tainted product. If they can't do that, then they should divest.
So in the case of a terminal, for instance, the terminal should not handle any Russian crude?
Yes, they should stop doing that. They know that they're doing it.
And do you think that's likely, given...
No.
Given obviously in the case of this terminal in Malaysia, it's clearly handling Russian crude.
The surprising thing for me, many surprising things, but one surprising thing is I don't know how many times the Foreign Minister has called on industry to change their behaviour, and industry, including importers, but have, in my mind, also entities that Australian capital is involved in. The call has been made, but the behaviour hasn't changed. So it really needs to be underpinned by legislation.
So can I put it to you that the Australian government has not done nearly enough to stop these indirect investments?
I'm hoping that they're working on it and doing it very soon.
And when you say very soon, do you have any confidence or indication that that work is underway? Because we certainly haven't seen it publicly.
It's an opaque organisation. I don't know.
No, but in terms of the Australian government's...
Yes, I don't know if they're doing anything soon.
Right.
But I would hope that they are, and I call on them to do that, because it's iniquitous that our allies in Europe and the UK are going down a path of sanctioning these third-party entities, and we're just sitting on our hands.
And at the very least, investors in IFM and other superannuation funds with these interests should be warned that they are indirectly supporting perhaps the Russians' breaches of international law, and that's a pretty serious matter.
Yeah, I think they should at least have it brought to their attention in prospectuses.
Are you aware of any consultation by the government or as to any legislation in development?
No.
No, you haven't had any.
No, I get very little response. I don't know how many times I've reported issues, concerns, viewpoint on the existing legislation, and what for instance, the ASO might do regarding compliance.
Have you been corresponding with either the government or any other superannuation fund?
I haven't.
Was it mainly by telephone?
Apart from the IFM phone call, I've cold called her.
Yes.
Apart from that, I haven't spoken to any of the superannuation or investment funds. I've contacted Foreign Affairs Minister, copied in Home Affairs, written numerous emails to ASO. I've had some good dealings with Border Force, probably because my name came up in Senate estimates with the Commissioner involved, and I just wanted to clarify an issue with the Commissioner. And I did actually speak to the Deputy Commissioner. But I'm still waiting for some sort of solid action to ensure compliance under existing legislation. I did outline in my submission a number of concerns about ways in which imports that are coming in at present may not be in compliance with the legislation, but I don't feel like I've had an adequate reply as to why I'm wrong. I've been wanting to know why I'm wrong.
Right.
But I still haven't found out.
So, Mr Corrigan, you wrote to the Foreign Minister, Minister Wong?
Yep. And
did you receive a response from her?
I did from a staff member. Yep.
And what was the nature of that response?
It was. It seemed like it was justification of the status quo. That's how I interpret it.
So your concerns were not acknowledged?
It didn't seem to be.
And when did you send this correspondence?
I would have first written to the Foreign Minister back in maybe 2023.
So you've written a number of different emails and letters. Could we on notice have copies of that correspondence, and also your correspondence to anyone else in Foreign Affairs and Border Force, or anyone else that you have actually written to raising your concerns, as well as any responses you've received? It does concern me that there didn't, as you say, Minister Wong's office didn't appear to be taking your concerns seriously. Is that a fair characterisation?
No, it felt like it was a justification of the existing situation. For example, the stopping of the direct imports from Russia. Yes, that had an effect, but it's not a big effect. But that keeps on being pulled out as an argument. The number of tankers that are being sanctioned. Yes, that's true. There's always a but. We're always, for instance, the tankers, we're late with tankers. We don't align our tanker sanctions with other allies like the UK and the EU.
So Minister Wong's office was saying, well, this is what we have done, rather than addressing your concerns in relation to the indirect investments which are occurring to support Russian oil.
That's my impression. That it's hard work.
And so what would you say to Minister Wong now? Here you are on the record. What would you say needs to be done right now to the Foreign Minister?
I would like from the Foreign Minister for the equivalent legislation to the EU to ban third-party refining and imports. That's the first step. Second step is that we need to strengthen our compliance action because Dr. Moiseienko mentioned that there hasn't been any prosecutions or compliance action. That's my impression as well. I haven't seen any. And so, but I think that there's potentially compliance failures. I haven't seen any investigation to confirm whether I'm right or I'm wrong.
Thanks, Mr Corrigan. I'll certainly look forward to receiving that further information on notice. Ms Bryant, just briefly to you, has the government sought Minderoo's advice on what sanctions reforms might be prudent? Or has Minderoo raised any concerns with the government about gaps it has identified or experienced?
Senator, no, the government has not sought our views, but that is not surprising given we're not technical sanctions experts. Dr Forrest, one of Minderoo's founders, is on the record calling for a closing of this gap. But as far as I'm aware, there's not been any correspondence between Minderoo or our founders with the government on this issue.
All right. Well, look, I will leave our questions at that. Thank you very much for your very valuable evidence and for your appearance today as witnesses. We'd appreciate if responses to questions on notice could be provided to the committee by Friday the 27th of February 2026. And again, thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll now move to the ANU Law Reform and Social Justice Research Hub and welcome representatives from that organisation. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I'm just pausing while you make your way to the table. Thank you very much. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Starting with you, Mr Main.
I'm from the ANU Law Reform and Social Justice Research Hub as a student researcher. I'm Benjamin Peter Main.
Thanks, Mr Main.
My name is Chit Veliamuna and I'm appearing as the co-lead of the ANU LRSJ Research Hub.
Just sorry, could you just say, I just couldn't hear, say that again, a bit closer. We might get the microphone lifted.
Sure thing. My name is Chit Veliamuna and I'm appearing as the co-lead of the ANU Law Reform and Social Justice Research Hub.
Thank you so much.
My name is Baron Moorcock and I'm appearing as a student researcher for the ANU Law Reform and Social Justice Research Hub.
Thank you. I will now ask if you have an opening statement before we go to questions from senators.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
The ANU Law Reform and Social Justice Research Hub welcomes the opportunity to provide this submission to and appear before this committee. We fall within the ANU Law School's LRSJ program, which supports the integration of law reform and principles of social justice into teaching, research and study across the law school. We are students at the ANU Law School who are engaged with a range of projects with the aim of exploring law's complex role in society and the part lawyers play in improving that. Our submission focuses on 4 key points, elaborating on the freezing confiscation debate, clarifying indirect ownership, the receipt of payment from sanctioned entities, and the scope and effectiveness of sanctions on alumina. My colleagues will elaborate on these points, and we welcome questions on matters in our submissions. The confiscating of Russian sovereign assets and liquidating them to aid Ukraine's war effort has been mooted since 2022. At present, we have only frozen Russia's assets, and calls to unilaterally confiscate them could raise potential legal challenges, but the focus of this debate has since shifted, with the EU exploring mechanisms to back Ukraine through issuing bonds secured by frozen Russian sovereign assets with contingent pathways to repay those bonds if and when Russia provides reparations to Ukraine. And second, despite the overall soundness of Australia's sanctions regime, compared with other jurisdictions, statutory limitations exist. For example, our sanctions regime does not define indirectness, and it does not prohibit the receipt of payment from sanctioned persons. And finally, Australia's alumina sanctions, in conjunction with the removal of Ukrainian supply, damage Rusal financial operations, but it failed to limit aluminium production. Thank you again for this opportunity to appear before you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you so much. So, look, you've obviously been doing an enormous amount of research into this very serious issue. How much of a concern is the current sanctions regime in your view?
Chair, could you repeat the question, please?
You've obviously been doing a great deal of work into this issue. How much are you concerned about the current sanctions regime?
We think that the current sanctions regime is holistically sound, but there are some gaps in it which could potentially be exploited, which is where our concern arises.
And could you just expand on what you believe those gaps are, and how the government, whether it's the government that needs to address them or any other party, if you could just expand on your concerns.
Certainly. So, for instance, receiving receipt of payment from sanctioned persons is not banned at present, whereas in comparative jurisdictions such as the United States or United Kingdom, it is. So there's nothing preventing someone who's sanctioned from sending money to an Australian citizen in our current framework. Additionally, our Sanctions Act and regulations make mention of indirectness regarding ownership, but that has not been defined. There was a case in the federal court which construed it to be expansive in effect, and we believe that raises concerns because it's a broad definition and it puts a strong due diligence burden on regulated entities for what is a strict liability offence.
Right. Okay. And where does the responsibility lie? This is squarely in the hands of the Australian government?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think, based on your research, do you think the government understands the way in which these sanctions are failing to combat, I guess, the way that Russian money, Russian oil is flowing into this country? Do you think that, because the evidence we've heard today in the submissions is indirectly there's an enormous amount of investment which, of course, is supporting Russian activities and effectively defying the sanctions regime?
I think as a whole, the architecture of the sanctions regime is sound, but the lack of guidance on indirectness, I think, is a source of concern, yes.
Yep. And so could I ask, from your research, what is international best practice? So which countries should Australia be looking at to model our practices on?
I think on the issue of indirectness, the United Kingdom issued a guidance note on what constitutes indirectness, examples of it in practice, tips for regulated entities in their due diligence conduct to look out for, and things of that sort. So I think the United Kingdom's guidance note is quite effective because the Sanctions Officer's guidance note of which I think was published 2025, mentions indirectness briefly in passing with respect to the issue of ownership, but it makes no broad... It doesn't look at it, it's very broad. It doesn't look at granular issues as the United Kingdom's issue does. As to the issue of indirect payment, I think that that same note makes mention of the government won't regulate it because there are legitimate payments from sanctioned entities such as banks for things like pensions. I think early United States practice around 2022 through their Office of Foreign Asset Control is best, where they had a policy of exemption licences for legitimate payments such as pensions to Russian citizens in the United States.
Okay, so we've just heard some pretty damning evidence in relation to the activities of superannuation funds, for instance, including IFM investors. Have you had a look at what's going on in the superannuation sector?
We have not.
We have not.
No. And so in relation to the indirect investments, what else has your research discovered? Can I just, ask you to flag where you think there are some other opportunities for the government to act?
I think the broad issue of indirectness is the federal court case which defined indirectness in the context of our sanctions regime as, broad, expansive. The government hasn't done anything thus far with that. It's been a sort of area where further guidance would be appreciated, I think, because it's sort of just been a sort of blank space where this case defines it as an expansive issue. From there, the government hasn't done anything with it. By the nature of case law, it's adaptive to a particular situation, circumstances, but breaching our sanctions regime is a strict liability offence, meaning if you've breached it, you are guilty. So guidance for regulated entities on that issue would be good, I would suggest.
Okay. I am going to go to other senators who have questions, and I give the call to the Deputy Chair, Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Good morning to our witnesses. Look, I'm just following on just a couple of questions, so I won't be long, but just wanted to ask firstly, you had to step through whether the Australian government can currently lawfully confiscate sovereign assets.
Thank you, Senator. I think, could you tell me what you mean by confiscate in this context?
Well, given the discussions that we're having right now about seizing assets, confiscating assets, just wanted to get from your perspective what your understanding is about the federal government's ability under current law.
I think the federal government's ability under current law is one question, but international practice on it is another. So, for instance, in the European Union, there's been a shift to a debate on sending the windfall from Russian sovereign assets held at Euroclear to Ukraine, and if and when Russia ceases their war, they will be reimbursed with European bonds. I think that's the international debate currently. In Australia, if it's a question of can we confiscate them, I think there are constitutional barriers to that, particularly with respect to Section 51, subsection 31 of the Constitution.
Yeah, which is my next question really, which is what, if any, legal or constitutional changes then would be required in order to enable the government to seize or confiscate sovereign assets?
I think the issue is one of the Foreign State Immunities Act, which we have ratified in Australia, and how that protects sovereign assets of states, in particular from suit in courts. So one way of looking at the issue would be the federal government can't unilaterally seize assets, sovereign assets, because that is a sort of punitive measure. Now, there is an exception to that constitutional provision for criminal forfeitures, and that requires a judging of criminality by a court. The issue, I think, is that state immunities protections apply to the Russian central bank. So we're at a sort of impasse where the federal government could issue legislation whereby there would be a criminal proceeding against the central bank. If they're found to have been criminal, then you could seize their assets, but that would be protected by state immunities law, at international law and domestically within Australia. So any way you go around it, our hands, I think, are tied.
And apart from the EU, is there anywhere around the world that you've come across that you believe a government, a national government, has come close to being able to seize or confiscate sovereign assets?
The United States passed the Peace Through Strength Act in, I think, 2024? Yep, 2024, which gives the US government the ability to seize assets. Whether under the current Trump administration that has been done, I'm unsure.
Okay. Do you know if it's been tested in their courts?
No, I don't believe it's been litigated yet.
All right. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair, and I just want to thank the witnesses as well for their research and for their contribution to the hearing today. A couple of my questions have been answered, but I'm just going to get a bit of a clarification on a few things here. You said earlier in your evidence that the Russian sovereign assets should be frozen, not liquidated, so that the Russian government could make reparations at a later point in time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there precedence for that, for a country that is engaged in an illegal war to actually end up turning around and making reparations in the end?
I'm unsure. I'd have to take that on notice.
You also mentioned in your submission that we should legislate and pursue criminal prosecution forfeiture of private assets. So you said to freeze the sovereign assets because of the constitutional restrictions, but you said to go forth with the private assets. Are you aware of the differences in Australia of the proportion of Russian sovereign assets versus private assets?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you very much. That would be helpful. You also mentioned that I believe sanctions could be exploited under certain settings. I'm just wondering what that exploitation would look like and by whom.
Could you clarify what settings in particular, please?
Well, I'm just wondering from you. You mentioned at some point while you were giving evidence just now about potential for being exploited, and I just wanted you to expand on that, please.
So under the current regime, there's no ban on sanctioned persons sending payments through to domestic citizens here. I think it was DFAT's guidance note made mention that if and when that occurs, you should not be able to transfer those funds if you're a domestic citizen receiving things from a sanctioned person. And the reason that pathway is open is for legitimate payments such as pensions, like Russian pensioners living in Australia. Comparative to other international practice, namely the United Kingdom and the United States, that is an irregularity. Those states have banned sanctioned persons being able to pay their domestic citizens. So that is a gap, I would say, especially considering that, yes, there is a argument for legitimate funds such as pensions and that gap being open, but they have taken the pathway of exemption licences to allow that transaction to continue rather than a wholesale exemption for payments in general.
That seems like an extraordinary gap in the sanctions framework to be able to receive funds from sanctioned persons, given that usually if you are receiving a pension, I would have thought it would come from an entity rather than a person. Is that correct? Would that be your understanding?
At law, an entity is a person in this context.
What is a person, sorry?
At law, an entity is a person. So a bank in Russia would be a person, legally speaking.
Okay. But surely under the sanctions framework, we can disaggregate, we can identify that, that if the central bank is providing a pension, well, that's one thing. But if a sanctioned person is sending money over, that surely would be illegal?
It's not illegal. I think the guidance note makes mention that if a scenario like that takes place, that on receiving that payment, you don't do anything with it. But I think there's a gap there in that, yes, it's all well and good to receive a payment, but there's nothing stopping someone from using it. Sure, we could trace that, but the prospect of it being there, in my opinion, is concerning.
So any person here in Australia can receive money from a sanctioned person in Russia and there is no recourse?
No.
That seems extraordinary. That they can hold assets and there is no recourse, and then they can potentially use that money here in Australia and there's no way to trace that.
Yeah.
Thank you. You also mentioned that you can't seize sovereign assets because it would be seen as a punitive measure, and you would have to judge, Russia of acting criminally. Has the Australian government not done that yet? Have we not identified Russia as acting in a way that contravenes international law?
So, in terms of finding them to have committed a crime, that would not be up to the executive government. Under the Constitution, that is solely the remit of the courts. So the forfeiture of assets would have to occur as a penalty imposed by the courts as a result of a court finding that an entity or a person has breached the law. And I think you also refer to this in terms of sovereign, like in relation to sovereign assets. As my colleague mentioned before, sovereign assets are protected under state immunity, and I don't think we have found a way around that.
Okay, so the you can't have punitive measures against sovereign assets as it stands under the current law.
Yes, and also against any other assets. Any forfeiture would have to be by the courts.
But surely the whole point of the sanctions framework is to have punitive measures. Am I understanding that right?
Well, yes, Senator. But
which means that Russia as an entity is absolved from having, what I'm understanding from your evidence is that Russia then would be absolved from having any kind of sanctions placed on it because we can't ascertain that it's actually acting criminally. Is that right?
No, Senator, because what we are referring to is the confiscation and sort of liquidation of assets, so forfeiture. So the government is well within its power to seize, or sort of freeze an asset, which is what the government's currently doing.
Okay, but we can still have punitive measures through the sanctions framework. That part's correct?
Yes, we can have punitive measures with sanctions. That is all well and good, but I think it comes down to the understanding of punitive. We can't take their assets from them for a Commonwealth purpose that would be giving those assets to Ukraine to finance their war and reparations, because the Constitution prohibits forfeiture of property, here being central bank assets, without that being on just terms. There's an exemption to that the High Court has explained in the context of criminal forfeitures, which requires a court find criminality on part of an entity, and as a consequence of that, they may take assets away. Now, with sovereign assets, there's another hurdle of state immunities at international law, which we've ratified domestically in the Foreign State Immunities Act, which prevents criminal suit of states and components of them, here being the Russian Central Bank. So even if we did away with that, at customary international law outside of Australia, it invites an ICJ case. And within Australia, our hands are tied because of the simultaneously both the Foreign State Immunities Act and the High Court's exemption rule for forfeitures. So you'd have to have a court judge the Russian Central Bank. If they find criminality, then they may be able to take away the assets. The issue is criminality is not for the executive government to judge, it's for the courts. It's a separation of powers issue at the end of the day.
So, I mean, obviously there's a lot of people in Australia that would love to see Russian sovereign assets and funds stripped from it here in Australia. We are all in support of Ukraine in this. So the pathways to achieve that, in your view, through the High Court, but still very difficult to do that. Is that what you're saying?
I think in Australia it is difficult, but I don't think that means we can't take any avenues. I think that the government should support the European Union's attempts at confiscation. I think the developments happening there are worth advocating for. Also considering that they have around $300 billion US dollars of frozen assets, where I think in Australia, notwithstanding Dr. Moiseienko's contributions, I think it is around 200 million reported by the federal government. I think it would be more meaningful for the federal government to support the European Union's confiscation measures at the moment, considering the fact that the European Union has offered Ukraine round about the same amount, 300 billion, in financial contributions since the war began in 2022. So I think it would be a more meaningful measure to support.
Okay, I've been asked to move on, but just my final question is, if the EU is able to do this, are we able to learn from them and be able to have some pathways here to be able to do it?
Can I take that on notice?
Or is it just we need to... Thank you very much. It would be very helpful. Thanks for your evidence today.
Thanks, Senator Collins. I'll just go briefly now to Senator Smith, who's joined us in the room. Senator Smith.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your participation. You described the sanctions regime in Australia as holistically sound. So do the gaps that you've identified arise because they are conscious gaps by policymakers, or are they oversights?
I think they are conscious gaps in this instance. Indirectness is one of those things where it is broad, the amount of scenarios a company could be engaged in which may breach sanctions law, for instance, but there is a risk of it being too broad. In this case, the courts have taken indirectness in respect of the sanctions legislation as being quite broad. And I think that without a guidance note that deals with that issue from DFAT or the ASO, that could be cause for concern with respect to consciousness. As for the payment gap, again, the government has said that it's there to preserve access to legitimate payments, but comparative with foreign state practice, I think there are better ways of going about that, such as exemption licences obtained through the ASO as a possible alternative.
Governments often justify their policy positions or the evolution of their policy positions as being necessary for international conformity. Why in this particular set of circumstances is the government not seeking greater international conformity? It's okay not to know.
Could you rephrase the question?
I will rephrase it. What are we not seeing? What influences exist over Australia's sanctions regime that are not immediately obvious to observers like ourselves?
I think with our sanctions regime, it is holistically sound. It is the good aspects of international practice from the EU, US, UK are there. It's small things like that payment gap that I think...
The small things allow practices to escape through the system, and so what people are growing impatient about is the conscious utilisation of these gaps by the people that we're trying to sanction, and so and there's a growing impatience. People think because a sanction regime exists, they assume it's effective. And of course, what we know is that we are dealing with sophisticated operators, not unsophisticated operators. And we're dealing with very, very large sums of money. So the motivation to, work around the regime is highly incentivised. So let me put it this way. How would you characterise the responsiveness of Australia's sanction regime to reform to improvement. You have made mention a couple of times about the importance of the guidance note. Why can't these things be constantly upgraded, improved upon?
I think there are aspects of it which are lagging, such as that guidance note issue. I think with foreigners, comparing them to other countries, there are aspects of it with gaps which are of concern, such as payments. But beyond that, I think that it's I think a case of the fact that Australia is not dealing with an extensive amount of Russian assets compared to the European Union, United States, United Kingdom, and so forth. There's not as big an incentive to deal with the issues in such a strict manner. But I think that it's proverbially speaking, it's in the legislature's court to deal with gaps as they emerge. These things come through practice. Legislation, is reflexive, it's discursive, it can be ripped apart in certain ways. I think that over time, the point of noticing these gaps and clocking down on them is what I think is important in this instance.
So if you had to rate the responsiveness of Australia's sanction regime, 1 to 10, 10 being highly responsive to changing circumstances, 1 being, not responsive, how would you rate its responsiveness?
I don't think it's rankable. I think I don't think it's rankable because there's so much in there that is good and there's little pieces that are about. I don't think you can look. It's much more. It's a descriptive issue. You can't treat it quantitatively, I think.
Okay, well, the dilemma for us is we're trying to be prescriptive. We're trying to identify exactly where things can be improved. Do your colleagues have any observations or comments that they might like to add?
Well, I guess for the alumina sanctions example, like Australian sanctions, to my knowledge, I focus purely on just trying to do a deep dive into alumina sanctions. And in that aspect, like the sanctions, Australia's sanctions on the export of alumina and bauxite and the other aluminium-related products has not changed at all. But in this specific instance, I guess it was because it's because the alumina sanctions were relatively successful. So for that instance, the sanctions framework did not change even as Rusal has started to get around the sanctions, I suppose, by diversifying where it sources its alumina from.
Final question from me. What is the most effective way to measure the effectiveness of our sanctions regime?
I think with respect of, it's a broad question. So with respect to freezing assets, I think Australia has done a good job. We've frozen private and Russian private and state assets. That is good. With respect of, that leads into an issue of ownership because it is structured, it is layered. How do we deal with that? Things like indirectness. On one note, I think that it being the expansiveness of the issue is of concern with how courts have interpreted indirectness with respect to our sanctions legislation. I think that if the federal government can provide guidance for entities on how to deal with that, they will be stronger because at the end of the day, it's a due diligence issue. With respect to the payment gap, I think more can be done to close it while preserving legitimate payments. So I think that its effectiveness, there are strong components of it which are effective. There are minor gaps which may be exploited in future that I think the government should address with haste.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith, and thank you very much for your attendance today. We do really appreciate your evidence. If you could return any questions on notice to the committee by Friday, the 27th of February, 2026. Again, our sincere thanks. We will now adjourn for the lunch break and return at 12:50. Thank you. The committee is now in session, and I would like to welcome representatives from Transparency International Australia and Corda Mentha. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Clancy Moore and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Transparency International Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Moore.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Rachel Waldron. I'm a partner at Financial Crime at Corrigan, and I do apologise, I am losing my voice.
Oh dear, it sounds like you've been hard at work around the clock. Thanks, Ms Waldron.
And thank you, Senator. My name is Gail Carter. I'm an Executive Director focusing on sanctions and compliance risk management at Corrigan, working with Rachel within the financial crime team.
Thank you very much, Ms Carter. I'd now like to invite each of you to make an opening statement, starting with Transparency International Australia.
Thank you, Senator. On behalf of Transparency International Australia, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that I'm living on, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I'd also like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear today. So, as a representative of the Australian arm of Transparency International, which is the world's leading anti-corruption movement, we work very closely, Senator, with colleagues from Transparency International Ukraine and also Transparency International Russia. Staff from TI Ukraine report regular drone attacks and bombing, while staff from TI Russia, who are now operating in exile, are fearing for their safety. After the organisation was repeatedly named by Vladimir Putin as an enemy of the state and have been targeted for their advocacy, outlining how corruption fuels the Russian state, but also the war in Ukraine. So our submission focuses on the loopholes that limit the effectiveness and the enforcement of Australia's sanctions on the Russian Federation. This includes a lack of transparency on the specific information available to the public about the number of individuals or the value of Russian assets frozen, noting that the Australian government has provided an estimate of around $100 million in frozen assets as well. Other issues covered in our submission include issues around enforcement and regulatory gaps. This includes a lack of a Commonwealth publicly accessible beneficial ownership register, which is a register of who ultimately owns and controls and benefits from corporate structures. We know that this gap is often exploited by corrupt figures to conceal the ownership of assets, the proceeds of crime, and avoid detection. So I'm happy to take any further questions on our submission and the recommendations provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'd now like to ask if Corda Mentha has an opening statement.
We do. Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to appear. Corda Mentha is an independent and trusted advisory firm providing specialist financial crime, forensic accounting, restructuring, cybersecurity, performance improvement and real estate services. In 2002, Corda Mentha has been entrusted with some of the region's most complex and sensitive commercial situations. We work together to solve the challenges facing companies, financiers, lawyers, private investors and government clients. The views provided in this submission are made on a general basis. As a technological and politically neutral firm, Corrigan supports the development of regulation that offers consistency and alignment with international best practice, clear guidance for business, and effective supervision and enforcement of the regulatory regime. In our submission, Australia's sanctions against the Russian Federation are principled, legally robust, and aligned with key international partners. However, based on our experience supporting sanctions compliance, their practical effectiveness is constrained by structural limitations in detection and enforcement. Australia's independent economic leverage over Russia is inherently limited. Even prior to February 22, Australia's trade and financial exposure to Russia was minimal due to historically low trade and financial exposure. As a result, Australia's sanctions are most effective as part of a coordinated multilateral action, contributing to collective pressure, signalling and deterrence rather than operating as a standalone economic lever. A key factor constraining the effectiveness of Australia's sanctions regime is the opacity in the beneficial ownership and control. Russian-linked actors frequently employ complex multi-layered ownership structures involving intermediaries, shell entities, nominee arrangements, and multiple jurisdictions. Where ownership and control are obscured, the practical effect is that sanctions entities can continue to access global markets despite the legal prohibitions. The absence of clear prescriptive beneficial ownership expectations within the framework creates a structural vulnerability, limiting the regime's practical effectiveness. We acknowledge the Australian Sanctions Office has materially increased its guidance on sanctions compliance in recent years, particularly in relation to Russia sanctions, which has supported improved awareness across industry. However, limited guidance on vessel-based sanctions compliance remains. Uncertainty around reflagging, ship-to-ship transfers, ownership changes, automatic identification system manipulations, and shadow fleet indicators lead to inconsistent due diligence practices across industry. Clear operational vessel screening standards would materially improve compliance consistency and reduce inadvertent exposure. Enforcement is further constrained by the absence of the Australian Sanctions Office investigatory powers. In contrast, comparable agencies such as the United States Office of Foreign Assets Control and the United Kingdom's Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation have direct investigatory and civil enforcement powers. Reliance on referrals to other agencies creates gaps with capacity and capability and creates risk that suspected breaches may not be effectively investigated. Granting investigatory authority or establishing a dedicated sanctions investigation capability would significantly strengthen sanctions evasion deterrence and increase effectiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your opening statements. I will kick off by asking, first of all, to Transparency International, Mr. Moore, to what extent do you think that these various supply lines into Australia are riddled with or underpinned with corruption?
Thank you for your question, Senator. It obviously depends on the particular supply chain and the country of origin. In relation to the Russian Federation, we know that many of the country's economic interests, key commodities, are either owned by the state or state-backed kleptocrats, and that the Russian state, historically has used corruption as a tool not only to pilfer the country's resources at the expense of its citizens, but also to further their own pockets as well. If we're looking issues of coal, oil, gas as some examples, so it depends on the commodity. I think the main issue that's been raised today is the issue of Russian crude and oil entering Australia, and the issue of that commodity coming by third-party countries.
And do you have any view as to, and this has been expressed by many, that many Australians would like to see Russian funds and assets being stripped and handed over to Ukraine. Are there any pathways that you believe could effectively achieve that?
Under Australia's current legal regime, the easiest, and not the easiest, but the most probable ways through asset confiscation laws, bit of a mouthful, and proceeds of crime. So where money has been stolen from Russian citizens, or in the case of Ukraine, if those proceeds of crime are being used in Australia under asset confiscation laws, those assets could be returned. It is a very complex legal process, it takes many, many years, but that is one potential avenue for it to happen. We would encourage the government to consider an asset return program to return assets, not just to communities in the countries mentioned, but other communities have had their assets or funds stolen from them and then end up parked in Australia.
And Mr Clancy, what do you believe the Australian government should be doing right now to address these gaps in our sanctions regime?
Look, I think first and foremost, we need to know the amount of money that's been frozen or under Russian sanctions. We did submit an FOR request to the government back in 2023. Australia, under the Repo Task Force, other partners have actually identified how much money has been frozen, so that's a good first step. And then I think
Mr Clancy, when you say other partners have identified it, do you mean in other countries or do you mean here in Australia?
Yes, sorry. So other international partners under that international task force have also identified.
So we've heard evidence today that we're talking, or the government has spoken in the vicinity of $100 million. Are you able to add anything more to that figure, or is there any further information?
It's a pretty broad figure, Senator. It would be good to know how many individuals, what type of assets, the value of assets. You can look at the Australian sanctions list and kind of try and add up the number of entities and individuals, but it's a very thorough list, a very extensive list as well. But it'd be good to have those numbers in the public domain. That would build trust, I think, with Australian citizens, but also show that our sanctions are working and that there's some kind of tangible output from a lot of the work that goes on.
And go on, Mr. Clancy.
Furthermore, I would add just the coordination need to, as we've seen in the UK and the EU, just to ban Russian oil coming from indirect countries, indirect imports. Has probably been mentioned by other witnesses today as well. I think also the government could consider allocating more resources and staff both to the Australian Sanctions Office and the AFP, noting that there has been a recent budget allocation, I think around $25 million to the ASO to follow up with enforcement and compliance as well. And there are some other recommendations more broadly that I can talk to if you would like.
Sure. So in relation to the ASO, where are they falling down in terms of enforcement of the current sanctions which are in place?
Look, I think there's a couple of things. It's probably a question best put to the Australian Sanctions Office. As my colleagues from Parliament did mention, there have been some real significant improvements in the performance of the Australian Sanctions Office. There have been updated guidance. The sanctions list is in a more accessible and transparent format, which is great. They've provided detailed guidance, particularly under the thematic sanctions around Magnitsky as well, to all stakeholders. So they are doing some good work. I think there's a lack of investigative and enforcement capacity at the moment in the ASO, and that's partly a legal issue as well. And just to give you one case study that's entered into our submission, which could also point to a lack of political will, there was a ASX-listed company called Tiger's Realm that was trading in a sanctioned good, Russian coal, continued trading in that good despite the fact that Russian coal was designated as a sanctioned good for quite a period of time, and this is despite the fact that the Australian Sanctions Office was aware of this. It was commented publicly in the media, and I would note that the company did also take the Commonwealth to court as well, so that probably could have blocked further enforcement action there. But there was a clear potential breach, but we're yet to hear any kind of enforcement on that particular case. Thank you.
Ms Waldron and Ms Carter, can I ask the same question of you? What could the government be doing immediately to address these gaps in our sanctions regime and the enforcement of sanctions?
Okay, so we're playing tag team because of the voice problems. So it's Gail speaking. I think one of the points that Clancy has just highlighted is the lack of visibility around what assets are actually frozen within the Australian jurisdiction. there are obligations on individuals and entities who come into contact with assets that are subject to prohibition to be reporting those to the AFP and that information being shared with the ASO. But what we don't have is a collective view of what is the total sum of that. I think that would go a long way toward helping understand the effectiveness of the sanctions. And to your point earlier, Senator, around the ability and the desire within the Australian community to be collecting the frozen assets and distributing or redistributing them to the Ukraine, a register of some sort would go a long way to supporting that outcome. When it comes to the Australian Sanctions Office more generally, the lack of enforcement audit powers is very, very difficult. They are reliant on other agencies, and they're also reliant on industry participants and individuals to identify where they've either knowingly or unknowingly breached sanctions laws, and that's not likely. And then
just to stop you there, could you give me some examples of where they're falling down on enforcement? Clearly, as you say, they may not be the enforcement agency, but could you just give some examples of sanctions where there should be proper enforcement, there hasn't been enforcement, who's responsible? I just really want to understand this issue of failure to enforce the current sanctions in place.
Yeah, look, I think the example that Clancy has shared with Tiger's Realm is a really, really good one. There was clearly a judgment within the Australian legal framework that activity was likely in breach of Australian sanctions laws, and to date we haven't seen any enforcement action against that entity as a result of that judgment. I do suspect there is some consideration to the fact that that is an Australian company and the potential impacts into the commercial and business environment. But that said, there was perfect opportunity for precedent in that instance, and that wasn't taken. And it certainly would have provided opportunity then for other businesses to have a lot more clarity around the compliance expectations and the legal standards in the sanctions space.
So just looking at that case, and the Federal Court ruled in the Tigers Realm Coal Limited and Commonwealth of Australia case that Tigers Realm had breached Australian sanctions by transporting Russian mined coal. So what should have happened in that case? Because there was a judgment handed down, the court ordered Tigers Realm to pay the Commonwealth's legal costs. What are you suggesting should have happened in that case?
To just clarify, that was actually Tigers Realm taking that case to the courts, having a different view to the ASO and DFAT. What should have happened as a result of that judgment was for the government to immediately counter with enforcement action for non-compliance with the sanctions laws. And that would have to, under the legal framework at the moment, be done through a referral to the Australian Federal Police. And the Australian Federal Police then would need to determine whether or not that was a case to pursue in the courts.
And so what are the options for the AFP? Could you just explain what consequences you believe should have flowed in that case?
That perhaps is something for the legal people to be pondering on. I do think, though, that there certainly should have been a case to answer for within the courts, that the government could have taken that company to account or held them to account within the legal system and pursued either fines, penalties in that process. And in doing so would be setting a perfect example of deterrence. We really do need to not have people in the Australian community understand that if you are in breach of sanctions laws, there will be consequences. And we're not seeing consequences, generally speaking, in the Australian context.
Senator, I might just quickly add, if there's time, to provide another.
If you could.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. Just to provide another example where there's a potential risk of sanctions breach and a potential gap that is hopefully going to be filled. There's been recent reporting and recent research which suggests that Russian diamonds sold by a sanctioned Russian entity, Alrosa, their CEO has also been sanctioned under Australian law, could be entering into the Australian market via a distributor in Western Australia, via a third country. Under the current regime, we just don't know if that supply chain has had these diamonds from this particular sanctioned entity entered into them. Russia's a very large provider of diamonds. Russian diamonds aren't sanctioned, but this one entity is. However, I would like to note, and for the record, that Australia's new AML and CTF laws, anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws, do have and will have a requirement from July 1 that regulated entities, including banks, financial institutions, gemstone dealers, etc., will have to screen for sanctions as part of their customer due diligence. So we will see some tightening of those loopholes, hopefully under the AML regime, but that's a different set of laws than the sanctions regime at the moment.
And so just in relation to Tiger's Realm, what are you proposing should have happened after their action seeking a declaration that they were not in breach was clearly not successful?
Yeah, I mean, it's a question for the government, obviously, but there could have been a referral to the AFP for further investigations and then to the CDPP for some sort of legal action.
All right. Look, thank you very much for that, Mr Moore. Look, I will now hand over to Senator Collins, who has some questions. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. And I've just got a couple of follow-up questions from that. Mr Moore, just on the question of lack of enforcement of actions and the precedents in sending money to Australia, we heard from the witnesses just in the previous session that money is being transferred from Russia to Australia, and it is currently not in breach of any sanctions, even if it does come from a sanctioned person. Is that your understanding too?
I would need to know more details of the sanctioned entity and the type of financial instrument. But yes, I guess that could be the case. I mean, there's a lot of money that is flowing between the two countries. Some of it perfectly perfect legal reasons. Some of it potentially at risk of being illicit financial flows.
Thank you. And does AUSTRAC share? So AUSTRAC traces AML, CDF. Does it track sanctioned money as well?
You would probably ask my colleagues at Corrigan. They do track financial transactions between countries. Also, the ATO has a lot of data around monies being held by Russian entities in bank accounts in Australia as well. But maybe my colleagues from Corrigan, having, I think, previously worked at AUSTRAC, can shed a bit of light on that question as well.
So definitely AUSTRAC has available to it extensive big data around transactions that are flowing into and out of Australia, and in relation to the various parties to those transactions, including intermediaries. So there is a deep knowledge base, I guess, of information there around that. The Fintel Alliance, which is an initiative out of AML-CTF legislation, does include consideration for sanctions risks and including terrorist financing type activity. There's probably an opportunity there for that to be a lot more extensive when it comes to sanctions compliance more broadly for Australia. And so I do think there's an opportunity there. I think the one thing to be aware of is that under the AML-CTF regime, there are only certain entity types that are subject to that legislation, whereas the sanctions laws apply to all individuals, entities, organisations in Australia or that fall within the Australian jurisdiction of law. So you do have a situation where the AUSTRAC and Fintel Alliance arrangement is only going to capture one part of the picture. It's not going to give you everything, but I certainly think there's a great opportunity there to look at how that could be better utilised for sanctions compliance and effectiveness type data.
Thank you, that's very helpful. So the knowledge is there. It's been captured by AUSTRAC. They're tracing every transaction over $1, I believe, but the gap is there in the sanctions compliance, which is obviously on other entities. Can I ask about we just heard your evidence, Mr. Moore, about the example of the diamonds, the supply chain of diamonds coming from Russia being sold in Western Australia. Is this just a case of, I believe we have legislation that is supposed to track this sort of, these dirty supply chains. These gaps that we have, these bits of trade that are coming into the country. We heard last week as well with the teak trade coming in from Myanmar that's fueling the war there too. Is this something that's broadly impacting Australia? I mean, we've got these examples, but how deep is this issue that we're getting dirty supply chains here in Australia?
I mean, it depends on the commodity, obviously, and the country of origin. I think in this particular example with Alrosa, which is one of the Russian state's kind of main supplier of diamonds, we know that Russian diamonds have a significant share of the global market. Knowing that Russian diamonds as a commodity aren't actually a sanctioned good, but Alrosa, the company I mentioned, is a sanctioned entity, as is their CEO. It points to, I guess, a weakness in the system where the final part of the supply chain aren't currently required to do those checks on sanctioned entities or politically exposed persons, which also can point to a corruption risk as well. But as I mentioned earlier, under the new AML CTF laws, they will be, which is a fantastic initiative and a really strong reform. But it's only for those regulated entities, as my colleague from Corrigan mentioned, so banks, financial institutions, and those other entities that have just come on board, lawyers, accountants, real estate agents and gemstone dealers, amongst others. So there could still be some gaps. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is, I guess on the sanctions frameworks of our allies, and I know, Mr. Moore, you're particularly familiar with the Myanmar sanctions and how Australia is lagging behind in terms of that. So can you just give a sense of here in Australia, in terms of the Russian sanctions framework, how much we're lagging behind our allies, particularly the United States?
Look, for specific numbers, I'll have to take that question on notice. I think the government has been on the front foot, though, in terms of designations against the Russian Federation and their entities, in comparison to other countries, that is.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Collins, that's your no further questions? That being the case, I just want to thank both witnesses very much for your appearance today. For any questions on notice, if you could please provide those by Friday, the 27th of February, 2026.
Thank you very much, Senators, and thank you for the opportunity again.
I'm just going to suspend proceedings for a brief moment. We will suspend and resume shortly. The committee is now in session, and I'd like to welcome representatives from the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations and the Ukrainian Council of New South Wales. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Andrew, I'll commence. Andrew Minsinski. I'm the President of the Ukrainian Council of New South Wales.
Thank you so much. And to the other witness, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Katerina Ardrew, and I am the chair of the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations.
Thanks very much, Ms. Ardrew. Do you have an opening statement? If so, could I ask the Ukrainian Council of New South Wales to provide an opening statement?
Thank you. Look, on behalf of the Ukrainian Council of New South Wales, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to make a submission and appear before you today. The UCNSW was established in 1949 and is the principal coordinating body representing Ukrainians across New South Wales. We work to support the Ukrainian community, strengthen engagement with the Australian government and broader public institutions, and promote Ukrainian culture, heritage and identity. For many Ukrainians in Australia, as well as for the broader Australian public, the effectiveness of sanctions against the Russian Federation is a critical measure of Australia's commitment to supporting Ukraine's defence and survival in the face of ongoing Russian aggression. While Australia has taken principled action since 2022, sadly, critical gaps persist, which blunt the strategic and moral weight of Australia's sanctions and risk reputational harm at home and abroad. I would like to highlight two key gaps, namely blood oil and utilisation of Russian sovereign assets. So firstly, blood oil. I'm sure that by now the committee is aware of research indicating that Australia has been amongst the largest single buyer of fuels refined from Russian crude oil in third countries since 2023. These imports are estimated to have delivered $2.5 billion in revenue to the Kremlin, which far outweighs the $1.7 billion in aid that has been provided in support to Ukraine. Quite frankly, this is appalling. It's shocking. It's unjustifiable and it's unacceptable to every person to whom I speak. This has to stop. Without a ban on such products, Australia remains a significant market for fuels refined from Russian crude oil via India, China, Singapore and Brunei, and weakens the effectiveness of the overall regime. Secondly, I believe there's been discussion today, and I'd like to continue it, on the utilisation of Russian sovereign assets. Euroclear has repeatedly reported AUD-denominated cash balances of approximately $9 billion, with my understanding being that these are debt securities that have expired and since been converted to cash, with the cash being held subject to Russian Federation sanctions. Now, it is disappointing that unfortunately the Australian government has taken no visible action to confirm ownership and jurisdiction of these balances, and has also taken no visible action to utilise those funds productively towards supporting Ukraine. And I can address that later upon questions from the committee. The damage caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine is estimated at US $589 billion, almost 1 trillion Australian dollars. And the UN General Assembly has affirmed that Russia must pay reparations for this damage. Now, existing legal doctrines support the transfer of these frozen Russian assets to benefit Ukraine. And the US, UK and Canada have shown support for these transfers. It is my submission, or our submission, that the Australian government should confirm ownership and jurisdiction of these funds and follow the lead of the EU and participate in the transfer of these frozen funds to a trust fund that can be used to benefit Ukraine now and in the future. Now, these estimates of damage, $1 trillion, are so high, they're almost incomprehensible. So I thought what I might do is, rather than talk about such huge sums of dollars, I'll actually personalise it. And I'll personalise the cost of Russian aggression. And I'll read a testimonial from Olha, a displaced Ukrainian whom I know well. Her 2 children are friends with my children. My name is Olya. I'm a Ukrainian mother, now living in Australia with my family and 2 young children. We arrived in 2022, forced to flee in search of safety, carrying only our children and hope for survival. 2 weeks ago, I've just returned to Ukraine for the first time in almost 4 years. This journey was emotional and painful. Life in Ukraine is incredibly hard. Russia is not only fighting soldiers on the front line, it is deliberately destroying civilian life across the entire country. Often, we only had 2 hours of power per day, and sometimes none, for 2 full days during freezing winter temperatures. It was dark, cold, and frightening. This suffering is happening everywhere. In cities like Kyiv, families with small children survive through constant missile attacks, blackouts, and freezing weather. Hospitals, schools, and infrastructure destroyed. Ukrainian children now live in darkness and fear as part of everyday life. Missiles fall daily across the entire country. There is no safe place. Russia is destroying a nation, families, and the future of millions of children. Every dollar that flows to Russia helps fund more missiles, more destroyed homes, more hospitals in ruins, and more innocent lives lost. Sanctions save lives. When loopholes allow Russia to earn money, families like mine pay the price in fear, hunger, and grief. Please close the loopholes and increase the pressure on Russia so this war can no longer be financed. Regards, Olya, New South Wales. Closing my opening remarks, I acknowledge that Australia has shown leadership in supporting Ukraine. But to match words with effect, the Australian government must close the blood oil sanctions loophole and clarify and utilise frozen Russian assets to benefit Ukraine. These actions would align Australia with our allies, uphold our values, and deny the Russian Federation the revenues it uses to prosecute an illegal, genocidal war against Ukraine and Ukrainians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moiseienko. I'd now like to go to the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations, please.
Thank you, Senator. I would like to acknowledge the comments made by Mr. Moiseienko and also say that we support that position in terms of an opening statement from the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations. As chair, I would like to say that I'm here representing an organisation that has been working for the benefit of the Ukrainian community in Australia for over 70 years. We have 22 member organisations and are the peak body for the Ukrainian community in Australia. We represent approximately 60,000 people with Ukrainian background and descent. Up until recently, the full-scale invasion, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we had a community that largely consisted of different generations of immigrants, first, second, third, fourth. Most recently, we've had an influx of Ukrainians that have been displaced by Russia's war, and that brings our total community to about 60,000 people. I would like to speak on behalf of the Ukrainian community today. The Ukrainian Council of New South Wales is one of our 22 member organizations. They will share their thoughts from a New South Wales perspective, and I will share our thoughts from the diaspora on a federal level. I'd also like to say that I personally saw the atrocities of Russia's war against Ukraine when I traveled to a city called Sumy, only 18 kilometers from the Russian border. I saw destroyed buildings. I heard daily alarms, warning of incoming Russian missiles and drones. I saw little children that had to go down and study in bunkers because they didn't know when Russia would attack next. I myself felt the horror of receiving a phone call from my mother, who survived a missile attack that hit the building right next to hers. Her apartment was absolutely shattered. All the windows blew out. She was thrown across her apartment and sustained a head injury that she's still recovering from right now. Luckily, she survived. But many in Ukraine do not survive when Russia launches their daily attacks on Ukrainian civilians in Ukrainian cities. I myself also felt the deepest pain of war when I received a phone call saying that my closest cousin was killed on the front line. He was serving as a volunteer from the very first days of Russia's full-scale invasion, had nothing to do with the military. He just dropped everything that he was doing to go defend his home, his family, his children. He leaves behind a loving wife, 2 young kids, and a wife that's only 30 years old and is already a widow. This is just my personal experience. 15,000 kilometers from Ukraine, but my entire family is in Ukraine right now. We here have community members that experience the horrors of Russia's war against Ukraine on a daily basis. And there are millions of Ukrainians who experience the impact of Russia's attacks, the impact of Russia's war crimes on a daily basis. And that's why I would like to acknowledge the committee's work. I would like to acknowledge the Australian government support, because every single bit of aid that has gone to Ukraine has literally saved lives. I would like to thank the committee for taking on this inquiry and looking into the effectiveness of sanctions on the Russian Federation, because there has been huge public interest in this. If you look at the submission made from the AFO, there's at least 70,000 individual pieces of articles, TV interviews, media coverage in the last year alone, specifically on the topic of blood oil. This is something, as Andrew previously mentioned, something that any person that learns about this, whether at a pub, at a supermarket, just in casual conversation, they're absolutely shocked that Australia is the single largest importer of refined Russian crude in the world. This is something that Australians don't stand for. This is something that the general Australian public does not support. And we feel very strongly as the Ukrainian community that there is something that the Australian government can do to put a framework in place to stop the import of this refined Russian crude from third countries, which goes directly to financing a war machine on the other side of the world. And if we look at the scale of the problem, and this is something that I would like to ask on behalf of our entire community, if there's one single thing that Australia can do, we advocate for military aid, we advocate for humanitarian aid. But if we look at the scale of the problem, and if we look at the numbers, we have $1.7 billion that has been sent in aid to Ukraine. And on the other hand, over $2.4 billion has been sent to Russia from the import of refined Russian crude. So on the one hand, we're helping Ukraine by supporting Ukrainians in their fight for freedom and democracy that Australia stands for. But on the other hand, we're supporting a genocidal regime that goes against every single thing that Australia stands for. So I would like to thank the committee, and I would like to thank the Australian government for taking this seriously, and would be happy to answer any questions in an attempt to find a solution to this massive gap in Australia's sanctions regime and to close the blood oil loophole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agarou. And I firstly just want to express to you on behalf of the committee our sincere condolences for the loss of your cousin, and I know to the Ukrainian community right across this country, the horror of what is happening in your country is just truly shocking. So we stand with you every step of the way during this most horrendous time for both the community here in Australia and, of course, for the people of Ukraine. I am going to pass, first of all, to the Deputy Chair for questions, Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks a lot, Chair, and good afternoon. Could I just ask, picking up some comments that were made in the opening statements, in terms of putting aside government's roles, what are I guess your views, and this is to the both of you, your views on the responsibility of the industry, particularly the oil importers and distributors in Australia, given that no doubt they talk about being good social corporate citizens, in ensuring that the products that they do sell on in the Australian market do not contain Russian crude oil in the supply chain?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. I might take that one first. So in terms of the corporate sector, while I represent the Ukrainian diaspora here on a voluntary basis and I'm heavily involved in the community, I also have a professional job, and I'm in the finance sector, and have a corporate role specifically with respect to investments and deal with industry on a daily basis. I am very well aware of environmental social governance, corporate responsibility, and large statements that are made by corporates in trying to do the right thing, act ethically, trade ethically, and make sure that they live up to both corporate and public expectations. But what we have here is that we as a community organization, as the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organizations, have reached out to all of the fuel importers that we know of that import from countries like India, from the Jamnagar refinery, from China, from Brunei, and that through the research that has been done by Korea, can, with a high degree of certainty, say that they are certainly importing product that come from Russian, that are refined from Russian crude. And the answer was the same from all of the participants that we received an answer from. Some didn't even respond to us, is that they are acting in line with Australian law and Australian sanctions. And at this point in time, yes, Australia has done a great deal in terms of imposing sanctions on the Russian Federation, sanctioning the shadow fleet, imposing personal financial sanctions. But because this loophole exists, technically the companies are not doing anything illegal because of the current sanctions framework. They are importing a derivative from a third country, which unfortunately there isn't those barriers in that framework to stop them. And voluntarily, they have not expressed any desire or interest to do it on their own, to check their own supply chains, to ensure that they are Russian crude oil free. So that's why we are knocking on the government's door. That's why we are advocating with the Australian federal government to put that framework in place, because to date, over the past 4 years, especially since the launch of Russia's full-scale invasion, that trade has been only flourishing, and nothing has been done on the part of industry to limit that. And we can see the numbers speak for themselves if we look at over $2.4 billion that has been sent to Russia via this trade of importing refined Russian crude from third countries.
If I may add to that, Senator, I think it's fair to say that corporate enterprises generally do focus on commercial perspectives. And that commercial perspective, of course, while valuable, I think it reflects industry incentives for maximum supply options. So, in other words, the private sector isn't going to do this because it limits their optionality, it limits their flexibility in terms of supply and potentially their profitability. Now, corporate incentives don't necessarily, however, align with national security, with foreign policy objectives, and also international legal objectives. So hence, relying upon the petroleum importers to act without some form of stronger regulation, I think is futile. And I don't think that they will act to the degree that is required.
And just further, I guess, to both what you have said, and thank you for that. Have either of you two or your organisations had any engagement with industry regarding the concerns you just articulated to the committee?
Yes, we've written formal letters and we've received responses only from a few. And it basically stopped at that. Corporates were not interested or willing to engage with community on this. We did have one offer from a certain company to tour their facilities to see what they do and how they do it, and there was a bit of dialogue, but they kept on basically saying and reaffirming that they are acting in line with Australian sanctions currently.
And is that something you're able to share with the committee in terms of, I'll leave for you maybe to have a think about, maybe take it on notice if you want to share any of the correspondence?
Sure, we're happy to share the correspondence. We can send it to the committee after this.
Sorry, Andrew, you're about to jump in.
No, I wasn't. No, sorry.
You haven't had any engagements with industry?
No. Given that the AFUO was engaging with industry, it was better to have a single point of contact that acted on a federal level. So I didn't want to muddy the waters, as it were.
And also, I might add in one other thing, if that's okay, Senator.
Please go ahead.
One other thing that I want to point out is that I'm not sure if they will be attending the hearings today, but representatives from Before Ukraine, which is an organization in Europe that has done extensive work in terms of identifying companies that currently operate within the Russian Federation and advocating for their exit. With all of their experience over the past 4 years, they have not seen any voluntary initiative. It was always backed by pressure campaign. There were activists involved. There were different appeals for them to do so. So they didn't, or different frameworks put in place, whether sanctions or other things. So those companies did not do it on their own initiative. So I think that should be taken into account for Australian industry, that if they feel like they're working within Australian rules, laws, and regulations, that there isn't really that incentive for them to go above and beyond.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I guess ultimately what I was going with this is to have a better understanding about what actions you've made of industry and what's been their response. It doesn't seem like you've had much of a meaningful, wholesome response back. All right, thank you very much. I'll hand back the call to the chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone. Look, I have some questions, Ms Agru, and I wanted to refer to page 2 of your submission and the funding contradiction that you did highlight in your opening statement, and of course the Deputy Chair was also asking about. But you say, while providing direct support to Ukraine, Australia has simultaneously enabled far greater financial flows to the Russian state through imports of fuel derived from Russian crude oil refined in third countries. In effect, Australia is sending more money to Moscow than to Kiev. Now, that's a pretty damning and frightening situation, as you put it. So you've stated that, according to the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air, between the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in November 2025, Australia imported approximately, I'll just use Australian dollar figures, $24.7 billion worth of refined petroleum products from refineries in countries including India, China and Brunei that process Russian crude oil. These imports have generated an estimated $2.45 billion in direct tax revenue for the Kremlin. Given those alarming statistics, what do you say to the Australian government about the action that can be taken to shut down this flow of money to the Kremlin?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So that single paragraph and that single point is probably the most important from this entire inquiry, in the opinion of the Ukrainian community, because and we knew that this was a problem for over the past year, but until we had actual independent research from Korea that put numbers around it, and they were able to track and trace those tankers leaving the Russian Federation, where they went, to what refineries, what refineries and what countries were involved, and to put a number around the potential financial impact. That independent research was something that we highlighted as a community, and that is exactly what resonated with the Australian public. Because initially in our engagement with the Australian government at a federal level, we heard lots of reasons why the sanctions loophole couldn't be closed, why we couldn't put numbers around it, why it was too difficult to grasp what the how severe the situation was and what were the realities that we were dealing with. So as soon as we had an independent think tank that had done all the research, put numbers around it, then reasons like it's too difficult to track and trace for the Australian government all of a sudden became a very big question mark, because you have an independent research think tank on the other side of the world that can not only track and trace, but they can identify where the flows are coming from, where they're going, how they're being refined, and what countries are importing them. And that's exactly what put Australia on the map in this entire sanctions problem, because after the EU, which is a bloc of countries, Australia was the single largest importer. So right away it started ringing alarm bells, not only for our community, but for the Australian public more generally. And so when after that research was released, the EU was quick to act. In its 18th package of sanctions, they announced that they would be stopping the import of refined Russian crude from third countries. And then shortly after that, the UK announced that they would be also closing that loophole and will be stopping the import of refined Russian crude from third countries. So then all of a sudden, it was something that we started advocating with the Australian government, saying, look, this is a significant problem, world scale, and something that will significantly move the dial in terms of support for a country that's fighting for the same values that Australia stands for. And the reasons that we heard why it couldn't be done all of a sudden started going away one by one, whether it's tracking and tracing, whether it's, we can't put a framework in place. Well, Korea tracked and traced. Well, the EU put sanctions in place. The UK followed. Those are like-minded partners that we would hope that the Australian government would also take example from and work in the same direction to help shut that oil trade down and to stop providing the financing to a war machine.
So in terms of your engagement, and you have said that the response has been the excuses have started to dissipate, what engagement have you directly had with the Australian government on this particular issue?
We advocate directly with DFAT, with the Office of the Minister for Foreign Affairs. We are in regular contact. We appreciate the open dialogue. We appreciate the ability to bring our concerns forward. We try to work in a collaborative way, in an open and transparent way. This is something that we've been raising as, aside from military aid, which is our number one point that we always advocate with the Australian federal government. This is the second number one issue that we've been advocating for in terms of sanctions and closing this loophole. So I think that the federal government is well aware that this is a very big concern for the Ukrainian community, and it's also been amplified by the significant media coverage that this topic of importing of blood oil has received. So I think that the federal government is well aware of our concerns, and we're trying to work collaboratively to find a solution and to assist in any way that we can.
So
I would like to also add to that.
If I can just clarify, what has the Australian government told you, or the Foreign Minister's Office told you, about why Australia can't follow the sanctions which are being imposed in the EU by the EU and the UK in relation to third parties?
Andrew, would you like to say anything about the previous question, or should I?
No, just answer this question.
Excuse me. In terms of the feedback that we've received from the federal government, initially it was that it was impossible to track and trace. And then when the 18th package of sanctions came in, the feedback that we received was that we need to wait until those sanctions are actually implemented. So they were supposed to be implemented in January 2026, which is at the beginning of this year. So the advocacy that we've been doing in the latter part of last year was that we needed to wait until that framework was physically in place. And since January 26, since last month, we have not engaged with the office further. We've been focused on this submission to your committee.
Well, we really do appreciate the very comprehensive submission. Sorry, Mr. Moiseienko, could I ask you to add?
Yeah, so look, I think I just wanted to say that some of the further And I'm going to be maybe slightly less diplomatic than Katerina and say some of the further excuses that we've received from DFAT are around just the administrative complexity of doing so, or also the uncertainty of being able to prove that the proportion of Russian oil that is entering Australia on any given tanker. So the argument that was put to me by a member of Parliament, I won't say who, he said, Andrew, this is like unscrambling an egg. How can we possibly work this out if, yes, there may be Russian oil, but yes, there may not. So we just don't know. So it really seemed to, in my view, fall back quite heavily on this it's just too hard bucket. And that was another excuse that we were given. Apart from the watching and waiting, it was, well, it's too hard anyway.
But in your view, it's clearly not too hard.
Well, I think Katerina has quite clearly shown that a small team in Europe is able to do the full track and trace. And I think also common sense would say that if 50% of fuel entering a refinery is of Russian origin, that 50% of fuel exiting that refinery is of Russian origin. So, and that in itself is, I think, grounds to stop that oil from entering Australia.
Yeah, maybe if I can add to that. From the community's perspective, it's very simple. If, as Andrew said, it doesn't matter whether it's 5, 55 or 95% that's being scrambled in that egg, you have evidence that there's for example, Jamnagar in India is a refinery that imports refined Russian crude. They are making money out of it. They're getting that Russian crude at discounted prices. The wealthiest Indian currently is the owner of the Jamnagar refinery. So that has to go and say towards the type of money that's being involved in this trade. But if you have that refinery that imports Russian crude, then it's very simple to stop importing from that refinery until they can prove that they no longer have Russian crude as the feedstock. And you may hear, whether it's part of this hearing today or in further submissions, that Jamnagar, for example, can divide what's going for export in terms of other countries and what they are using for their domestic market. Well, in our view, in the community's view, it doesn't matter if a country is using it for their domestic use or for export. If you have a refinery that's dealing with a genocidal regime that is killing civilians on a daily basis, then there has to be some sort of ethical and moral grounds that you either deal with that company or you don't. It's the same as modern slavery or child labor. You can't say that the use of, child labor is okay for a domestic market, but it's not for an export market. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear, that any refinery that uses Russian crude as their stock should not be dealing with Australia, and Australia should not be importing from them.
And what evidence, do you know what is your estimate of how much Russian crude is coming into Australia? And you've reflected on a number of companies in your submission, and so you've said in your submission, when you approach major fuel importers, including BP, ExxonMobil, Ampol and Viva Energy, the response was, we are operating in line with Australian law. And then you go on to say, but these companies have showed no willingness to further engage or address the concerns of the Ukrainian Australian community. So what evidence do you have, if any, to suggest, and are you suggesting that these companies are not operating within Australian law?
Well, technically they are operating within Australian law because Australian law currently has a massive gap and a loophole in sanctions, because technically the sanctions framework is there to stop import of crude from Russia, and Australia does not import crude from Russia, but they just go and do it via a back door where they put a middleman in the middle, refine it in a third country, and all of a sudden it's not Russian, it's still Russian. So whether you have that middle laundromat, as some have referred to it, that launder this Russian crude and then export it as non-Russian, the origin is still the same and the money is flowing to the Russian Federation.
So you want to see that refining loophole closed immediately, and that will require legislative amendment. Can you just take us through the other recommendations that you have made in your submission, just briefly?
Yes, so I wanted to focus on oil, and I think Andrew can jump in regarding frozen assets, but I'll make just an overarching comment. If we're talking about doing the right thing, if we're talking about the Australian government setting a framework to make sure that Australia acts in line with our values, in line with the general public's expectations, then we need to look at this holistically. Today, we're talking about a massive loophole in a sanctions framework that allows the import of blood oil that goes towards killing innocent civilians on the other side of the world. But Russia has ways to spread and deal in many different ways. So today it's sending its crude and refining it in third countries and trying to clean it up that way. But we're seeing evidence of Russia also in Australian financial markets. So Andrew will talk about frozen assets, but I just want to say that if we as Australian and if we as the Australian government don't put the right frameworks in place, for example, with regards to investments, we currently have the Future Fund, which manages public money, investing in a company like Reliance, for example, that owns the Jamnagar refinery that deals with this Russian crude, then there certainly should be a stance that the Australian government takes from a responsible investment perspective, that using public funds to invest in companies that enable the Russian war machine is not okay. We also have public funds that are, for example, held in T Corp, which is the New South Wales investment arm, New South Wales government investment arm, and they are currently a minority shareholder in a company called Euroclear, which currently holds Russian assets. So this is something that the Australian government can exert its influence and take a stance holistically, that we should not be trading with a country that is committing war crimes. There should not be any sanctions loopholes that allow for indirect funding of this regime. And in terms of investment of public funds and retirement savings, that there should be clear ethical guidelines around that as well. So those are my overarching comments, but I think Andrew can go into more detail.
Thank you, Katerina. I would just like to add just a touch more about the topic of Jamnagar and refinery-specific blockages. I have heard some announcements or pending announcements, which some people are taking as being proof that this problem doesn't need to be solved, is that the Jamnagar refinery will now bifurcate and will send Russian processed oil to its domestic market, and then we'll send non-Russian oil to us. I think the issue is that we can't just rely upon that one refinery closing down its actions, because Russian oil will still make its way into Australia. In 2022, Australian imports of Indian oil constituted barely 1% of our supply. Now they constitute 8% of our supply, because they've made their way through, because they've been cheaper, and I think there has been some level of windfall profits that's been made at some level. If the Jamnagar loophole were to be closed, or I won't say that, if Jamnagar were to stop, I should say, sending Russian oil to Australia, that Russian oil will find its way to Australia via other refineries. So I think you may be hearing some evidence later that says, hey, there's nothing more need to be done here. Jamnagar, which is importing its fuel to Australia, Russian fuel to Australia, is no longer doing so. We don't need to take further action. We do. The loophole needs to be closed. So whether it's the Jamnagar refinery or any other refinery in any other country in the world is absolutely prohibited from using Russian oil in its feedstock and then shipping that into Australia. So we just need, it can't be at the refinery level is the point that I'm trying to make. It needs to be at the regulatory level so it applies across all refineries worldwide.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Moiseienko. I'm now going to move to Senator Smith. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission and evidence today. Just to be clear, are you arguing for the global prohibition on the refining of Russian crude? Or are you arguing only for a prohibition on the refining of Russian crude that may or will find its way to Australia?
Look, it would be great if all the countries worldwide would take a single stance and say Russia is a terrorist state. It's conducting war crimes on a daily basis. We cannot deal with a genocidal regime, stop all business. That would be the ideal case. But what we are here as a community arguing for is specifically regarding Australia, that Australia can play its very big part in the stopping of financing of a state that conducts war crimes on a daily basis. And within Australian legislations and within the frameworks that can be set here, Australia has, as a government, the ability to put the right frameworks in place to limit and hopefully eliminate the ability of the Russian Federation to feed its oil to Australia and earn money off of that.
What's your level of awareness about what Australia has been doing in regards to engaging directly with Indian corporate leaders or Indian business leaders, or indeed the Indian government, to draw their attention to the fact that this is an issue gaining sort of more public attention in Australia, to seek their ideas or considerations about what India may be able to do in regards to this issue, specifically in regards to Australia, but sort of more generally around, Indian imports of Russian crude and refining and then export. What's your level of awareness?
What we know is what's been made public just from public coverage of this issue. We know that our foreign minister was in India. We know that there were discussions held at a political level. We know that Reliance, the company that operates in India and engages in a lot of refining to do with Russian crude oil as its feedstock, we know that conversations were had with them, and whatever's been made public. We're not privy to the exact conversations and the arguments that have been made there, but we are aware that discussions have been had from the Australian government side, and this is also a topic that is of great interest to the United States, because there has been quite a few headlines about President Trump also engaging with Indian politicians and specifically covering this topic of them being such a large importer of Russian crude.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Smith. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you for your contribution today. You've pointed to gaps in enforcement and resourcing. In your opinion, is the core problem that Australia lacks the legal powers, the resources, or the political will to enforce sanctions, I suppose, effectively, or close the loophole, as you've suggested?
At this stage, from where we're sitting, it would be option C, political will. Because it wouldn't require that much resources. The legal framework is something that the Australian politicians can put in place. We have seen other countries and partners do it. So in the opinion of the Ukrainian community, it just requires political will. This is something that the onus can be put on the corporates, it can be put on industry, where they have to have full transparency of their supply chains, just like they have full transparency of where their products are coming from with respect to modern slavery. There are rules, laws, and regulations around modern slavery. Every company that I meet with, it's something that always comes up, what steps they have taken, what actions they have taken to ensure that there is no modern slavery in their supply chains and in their products. This is just a simple, in our opinion, as simple as that. The government puts in place a framework which the corporates have to operate within. The onus should be on industry. The onus should be on them making sure that their supply chains are clear and clean of Russian crude.
I wholeheartedly support Katerina's view. The community absolutely feels that it is an absence of political will and is very surprised by the absence. We have seen that other jurisdictions are able to handle the administrative complexity of this, and we reject outright the claim that, well, we can't do it perfectly, so maybe we shouldn't do it at all. There are many sanctions regimes that operate imperfectly, for want of a better word, without absolute 100% accuracy. However, what we have at the moment is insufficient and can be improved through, as Katerina has pointed out, industry-driven checks on the origin of their oil. What is required is the will to do it and the effort to put those changes into law.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Nabajiba-Price. I'll now go back to Senator Smith, who has, I think, one more question.
Thank you. If fuel retailers in Australia were obliged to disclose to Australian consumers that the motoring fuel that they were purchasing contained Russian crude, how do you think Australian consumers would react to that? If there was a obligation to disclose at the Bowser, at the till, that their purchase contained Russian crude, or was at risk of containing Russian crude, how would that change the behaviour of Australian consumers, do you think, and how would that change the behaviour of importers?
I think consumers would certainly act and speak with their feet, with their wallets. From the conversations that we've had, and we've done a lot of advocacy over the past year, we've engaged with a lot of different organisations. A lot of Australians just provided feedback, especially when this became a front page issue on the Sydney Morning Herald when they started running their blood oil series. We were just inundated with messages through our contact email, on Facebook, on social media, saying name and shame the importers because we want to boycott them. The Australian public feels very strongly about this, and you can just see that in the amount of media coverage. If it was a topic or an issue that was fleeting or people didn't care about, it wouldn't have resonated so widely. And we're not just talking about, Andrew and I are based in Sydney, but we've had people contact us from WA, from South Australia, from Melbourne, going to these terminals, whether it's at Ampol or whether it's at Viva in Geelong, and attending protests there just to show that this is not okay. And this is not just our community. This campaign in terms of closing the sanctions loophole and to stop the import of blood oil probably has resonated the most with everyday Australians and the general Australian public, in my experience working in the Ukrainian community over the past decade.
I absolutely concur. I've had numerous discussions with numerous people, and I do a fair bit of work in regional New South Wales. And so, these are not inner city elites. And when I tell them that every time they fill up a tank of petrol for generally their utes, that they're giving $13 to Moscow, they are in shock. And the first question is, where are the retailers that I can buy non-Russian fuel? I was at a book launch, and this was for inner city elites, and someone made the point, and we were talking about oil, and someone asked the question and said, who in this room would even pay more to use non-Russian oil? And 80% of the room put their hands in the air and said, we would do anything just to not use Russian oil. So I think, Senator, that idea to name and shame and to have disclosure at point of sale would be an excellent one. And I dare say you would find that would generate very rapid change from the retailers.
Not my idea, but an idea, because when an Australian consumer goes to the Bowser, they are directed for their safety and for the efficiency of their motoring vehicle to a diesel fuel outlet, to a unleaded 91 fuel outlet. So in terms of protecting consumers from the shame of unknowingly or unwittingly participating in Russia's aggression in Ukraine, that could be a simple regulatory intervention if that was necessary, or at least a public awareness campaign from all those people who are sponsored and supported by all those people who have made submissions to this inquiry. But I think we've made the point for those people that might be listening that there are alternative mechanisms that might fill a bit of a gap while the sanctions regime updates itself or responds to inquiries such as this one. But again, thank you very, very much for your support, and Australians stand united in their support of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Smith. Look, I just wanted to clarify in terms of Russian oil coming from third countries. Have you been able to estimate how much oil is coming into Australia and what impact that would have on fuel supplies?
We're not experts in that, so we haven't conducted our own research on that, but we do rely on the research that has been conducted by CREA as experts in the field.
Yeah, and we are going to hear some expert evidence on that, but have you had any insights at all into that issue?
It would be speculation, or not speculation, but it would be maybe relatively uninformed commentary. I do recollect a statistic of 8% of oil coming from India. However, I'm sorry, we can maybe take that as a question on notice if you prefer.
Yes, that would be terrific if you could. You talked about a boycott of Russian oil from third countries. Are you calling for that boycott? Is that, just to be clear, is that your position?
Our position is for Australia to stop importing refined Russian crude from any third country or refinery that deals with Russian crude and sends the fuel products to Australia. That's what we're trying to do, whether it's through a sanctions framework, which would be best case scenario in our opinion, because it sets very clear rules and a level playing ground for everyone. But to Senator Smith's comment, even if we have the very basic requirement of full disclosure, I think without putting massive restrictions in place, I think consumers would decide for themselves, but we don't even have that basic level of regulation, if you will. So if that could be taken as a first step and consumers can show how they decide to vote and what they decide to do, then I think the Australian public will speak loud and clear about that. But since we're here speaking to a Senate committee and in terms of what Senate can do and the Australian government can do, our position is to set the framework for Australian fuel importers to operate in line with Australia's support for Ukraine and Australian values in terms of supporting democracies.
I'm sure Foreign Minister Penny Wong's office is tuned in right now to this hearing and to your evidence. What would you say to the Foreign Minister in terms of changing the law to stop this importation of Russian oil via third countries?
What I would say to Minister Wong is first of all, thank you for the tireless work of her team and of her. Minister Wong visited Ukraine. Minister Wong saw the terrible destruction caused by Russian missiles. She visited a power plant, Trubitsky, which was half of it was destroyed. The other half was using Australian provided coal at that time. So she saw firsthand the type of support that Australia provides, what it does, and on the other hand, the level of destruction caused by Russian missiles and Russian attacks. So my only ask would be to put a framework in place that protects those same children that Minister Wong visited and saw in Ukraine with a charity, if I'm not mistaken, called Nova Ukraine, that protects Ukrainian children that have been studying in bunkers for almost 4 years now. The people that are currently sitting in negative temperatures of -20 without any heating, light, electricity, or running water because Russia keeps attacking them. And Australia should not be contributing to the finance of those bombs, missiles, drones that cause such immense destruction, that cause such immense suffering. And in terms of what Australia can do, this is the single largest thing that would change the course of the war. And it's all within the power of the Foreign Minister's office. So I thank her for the work that's done to date, for the support that's been provided, for the advocacy that's done through the Pacific region, because I know that Minister Wong is a huge advocate of Ukraine and does a lot of work to advocate for Ukraine in the region. And I would just ask to have that political will to close the sanctions loophole.
Thank you so much. I will now hand over to Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair, and thanks for both of your organisations' tireless work. And Katarina, I've seen your work consistently over the years, and it's tireless. It is when the will of the Australian people is to help the people of Ukraine, and then through a loophole, we're actually giving more money to Russia than we are to the Ukraine. That is obviously, that's the core problem here, isn't it? It's not reflecting the will of the Australian people. Can I just, you talk about two things. One is transparency and the other one is actual sanctions. Have you had it explained to you what the barrier is to putting in, just matching what the EU and UK have done, what the actual barrier is?
No, and Senator Shoebridge, thank you for your question and your support and meeting with us whenever we ask. It's very much appreciated by our community. In terms of understanding the reasons why, the only thing that we've heard is that initially it's too hard to track and trace. Then we need to wait for the EU and partners to show us the blueprint of how to implement it. Aside from that, I don't know. I don't know why there hasn't been that political will just to get it done. As Andrew mentioned earlier in his remarks, this is not something that needs to be bulletproof and perfect from the onset. It's something that can be done incrementally. It can be tweaked and changed and amended and improved. And as we know, Russia doesn't stand still either. They always try to find ways that they can benefit, and they don't work in ethical ways. So things that we would normally think about, they just deal in different ways. So it's not something that needs to be ironclad from the beginning. We just are hoping for a little bit of action and a little bit of that political will just to set the wheels in motion. And to answer your question, I don't know. I don't know why more hasn't been done on this front.
And I might go back to you, Andrew, but in fact, the worst thing you could do probably is pretend you could get a solution, even if it worked in February 2026, and set and forget. We've seen Russia use multiple different corporate vehicles, directing other third parties who they have arrangements with to try and evade sanctions. I think we can assume that whatever we did, Andrew, there would be efforts to avoid sanctions, and therefore we should put in place the strongest possible platform we can now, and then continue to monitor it. Should that be part of our recommendations?
Absolutely. We are dealing with a hostile and with a cunning adversary that is constantly thinking about how to circumvent sanctions that are being placed upon it. Set and forget has not worked for us at this point for Australia, and a strong recommendation should be quarterly reviews of the sanctions regime to identify where Russia is avoiding and circumventing that sanctions regime, and then identifying the tweaks, or not even the tweaks, wholesale refinements that need to be made to ensure those ongoing loopholes are closed.
I like your use of the word refinements. Seems entirely proper, Andrew. But also in doing that, I think we shouldn't pretend that DFAT has all the knowledge or has all the answers. If there is going to be a task force, well, then engaging with big Ukrainian representations, engaging with the diaspora that sometimes has a far better insight and knowledge than is held in the department. That task force should be open to representation. Do you think that would make it stronger?
Of course. The people like Katerina and myself and many other Ukrainians live and breathe this on a daily basis and are in constant contact with people in Ukraine that are bearing the brunt of this, and are also dealing with people in Ukraine that are also working on and see what Russia is doing. So we would be an invaluable source of grassroots information that could assist, and with all respect, a bureaucrat in Canberra that doesn't feel this the way that we do.
Yeah, now I'm a Green senator, so my perfect world, I'd never buy fuel. It'd all be electric and windmills and loveliness. But I have a plug-in hybrid and I have to buy fuel for my car. I don't want my money, my family's money, going to fund war, the Russian war machine. Is there any way that with the amount of information that's available in the public domain, that people like myself and millions of other Australians who don't want to be contributing to Russia's war efforts, is there any way we can make sense of that when we're making our purchasing decisions at a service station? Katerina?
I don't think there is at this point. Well, the closest service station to me is BP, and I know that BP is on that list, but I don't know if I'm going and filling up my tank with fuel from a company that imports from Jamnagar, Reliance, India, or whatever. I don't have that certainty. If there was a level of disclosure, absolutely. I would drive that extra mile. I would go out of my way to go and fill up my tank with something that's not financing a war regime.
Senator Subridge, Australians are either unwittingly or unwillingly funding the Kremlin's genocidal acts against Ukraine. And that really is the nub of the problem. And I know that the chair of the committee asked what message I could give, or we could give, to DFAT and the Minister for Foreign Affairs. And I think if I was to give my 15-second elevator pitch, that would be it. Close the loophole so that Australians do stop unwittingly and unwillingly contribute towards genocide against the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, well, thank you both. And I think I hope that's the message that DFAT and the Minister for the government is getting. Australians don't want to be fueling the Russian war machine, and everything we can do to stop that is urgent and essential. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge, and thank you very much to both of you for your evidence today. If you could return any questions on notice to the committee by Friday, the 27th of February 2026. Again, we thank you sincerely for all your effort to make your submissions and to come before us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
We will now suspend for afternoon tea and resume in 15 minutes. The committee is now in session, and I am pleased to welcome representatives from the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air and the Australian Institute of Petroleum. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today, starting with the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air.
Good afternoon. I'm Vaibhav Raghunandan. I'm an analyst at the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air, abbreviated as CREA.
Thank you very much. You have, just to note, you have asked us to call you by your first name, Vaibhav. So thank you so much, Vaibhav, for your appearance here today. You're in Europe, I understand?
Yes, we're based in Europe.
I hope it's not too early, depending on where you are. So thank you.
Yeah.
Whereabouts are you and what time is it?
I'm based in Amsterdam. It's a bit of an ungodly hour, but I'm really glad to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your attendance. We're very, very grateful. And I'd also like to welcome the Australian Institute of Petroleum, if you could provide your names and the capacity in which you appear.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm Malcolm Roberts and I'm the CEO of AIP.
Thanks, Mr Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Peter Ganneil and I'm the Deputy CEO.
Thank you, Mr Ganneil. Vaibhav, do you have an opening statement for the committee?
Yes, thank you, first of all, for inviting us to make a submission for this inquiry and giving us an opportunity to present our findings. CREA is an independent research organisation that provides data-led analysis, research, investigations, and policy insights on how fossil fuel revenues enable Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We believe global reliance on fossil fuels perpetuates conflict, energy insecurity, as well as air pollution and climate change. Our submission focused on the committee's inquiry into curtailing the importation into Australia of fuels derived from Russian crude. CREA has been advocating for closing this loophole for over 3 years now. This is coincidentally actually a good moment to discuss sanctions on this trade. In 3 days' time, the EU's ban would have been in place for a complete month. We can already see some signs of success. One indicator of this success has been the decline of Russian crude sales globally. Russian crude exports have dropped by 9% month-on-month in January and are on track to drop further by an estimated 8% in February. The volume of crude aboard vessels has also climbed to a record high, and these vessels have also slowed speeds in transit, both signs of buyer hesitation. At the same time, there's been no major disruption in supplies to the EU. EU imports since the sanctions kicked in have held the same volumes month-on-month. Imports from India and Turkey, identified by the guidance as high-risk countries, have dropped by 56% and 25% respectively, but these lost volumes have been absorbed by Saudi Arabia and the US. Members of the committee, it's necessary to iterate that sanctions do not work in isolation. We've seen them fail when not imposed by allies equally or where enforced weakly. A lack of coordination between Ukraine's allies has helped Russia find circumvention techniques that requires further sanctions adaptation. We therefore encourage all of Ukraine's allies to plug this loophole together. And the UK and the EU have done this in tandem in some ways. Australia is the single biggest buyer of oil products refined from Russian crude. They have purchased a fourth of all the volume from refineries CREA has identified as using Russian crude in 2025. Some refineries that do not consider the EU an important market do consider Australia to be one. A lack of Australian sanctions therefore mean they have continued to and will continue to buy Russian crude and sell the refined products onward. Australia therefore holds a unique position of being able to further constrict Russian revenues from crude by banning this trade. Buyers of Russian seaborne crude remain concentrated in a few regions of the world. In 2025, there were only 13 countries buying the commodity. To attract new buyers, Russia will need to provide deeper discounts, ship larger volumes to recover losses, and avoid production cuts, while risking leaving all these volumes out at sea. At the very least, it will severely reduce the amount of tax the Kremlin generates from them and prevent their funding of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And to the Australian Institute of Petroleum, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, we do, Chair. Thank you. And it goes without saying that we welcome the opportunity to appear before the committee today. in the interest of saving the committee's time, we have tabled our opening statement with the Secretariat, and so we'll just make some brief comments now.
Thank you.
The Australian Institute of Petroleum represents the 4 leading fuel suppliers in Australia: Ampol, BP Australia, Mobil Oil Australia and Viva Energy. And our members supply about 85% of the fuels used in Australia and operate Australia's 2 refineries. Members also own and operate about 1 in 3 service stations in Australia. The committee has been asked to consider if Australia's sanctions against Russia should be extended to ban fuels refined in third countries from Russian crude oil. And this is obviously a decision for the federal government. Our submission to the inquiry canvassed the practical issues which would have to be addressed if this decision was made. And we identify these issues to help policymakers understand the nature of the problem and to help ensure that any new sanctions will be effective with minimal risks to fuel security and prices. And of course, AIP members will comply with Australia's current sanctions and will comply with any future sanctions. The 3 main points AIP would like to make today are: first, Australia relies on imported fuel. Any changes to our sanctions must be designed to avoid disrupting supply or inflating prices. Second, to be effective, sanctions must be clear, consistent and comprehensive. Australian sanctions should align with our major trading partners, a point that's already just been made. And third, the EU's latest sanctions are intended to target imports refined from Russian crude oil in third countries. At this stage, those sanctions are a work in progress and they may need tweaks to fit Australia's circumstances. Now, identifying and banning the import into Australia of fuels refined overseas from Russian crude oil will be challenging given the complex supply chains in our region and some possible risks to fuel security and prices. AIP believes that effective sanctions require appropriate regulation, which can create consistent rules across the industry, ensuring a level playing field, give importers a trigger to reopen term contracts, support industry advocacy for changes to improve the transparency and certification requirements for the regional trading platform for spot cargoes, and give the community confidence that we have sanctions that are working. The alternative of ad hoc company initiatives will not be effective, given the limited market power individual companies have. So if the government decides to extend sanctions to imports from third countries, AIP members are here to assist. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll now go to questions from senators and give the call to Senator Ciccone.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to our witnesses, and good morning, Vibart. I know it's quite early where you are at the moment. I hope you got yourself a very strong cup of coffee. Can I just start off with you? I just wanted to ask and get a better understanding about the research that your centre does. How do you source the data that underpins your research?
Yeah, thanks for your question. So there's various databases that undertake ship tracking, cargo tracking, and are able to identify exactly the cargo being carried by certain ships to the destinations as well as the origins. These databases are used by traders, commodity brokers, research organizations like ours, as well as mainstream media. I want to be careful and not name specifically the database that we use because I don't want to come across as advertising a certain product. I'm happy to take this into account and provide written information on all the databases available. I will say that the database that we use, we've tracked the error margin that it has while comparing it to Russian ministry's official figures, and the error range is usually between 4%. And they're very good and easily identifiable and very easily available.
So a lot of the data, or all the data is open source, or do you have other data that's not?
No, it's not all open source. At a certain level, you have ship tracking databases that are open source, but they will not be able to give you accurate information on the cargo itself. They will not be able to give you accurate information on exactly the installation that has imported the cargo. that the databases that can provide this information are paid for, and they have a subscription subscription prices range for different organizations and depending on your needs, of course.
Do you have access then to information from specific refineries or companies?
Yes, so these databases use a variety of different sources to get their information on imports. They rely on bills of lading, they rely on market sources, which involve traders as well as installations and customs authorities reporting this information. In addition, they also rely on exporters being able to identify and give information about these cargoes.
Thanks for that. So as I understand it, based on some of the evidence that we've had today and from submissions to the committee, from my reading, there isn't any clear or international system that can track crude oil once it's been refined and then blended. Is that correct?
At a molecular level, obviously, it is difficult to differentiate the refined product and be able to identify exactly what kind of crude was used to make it. Let's say, for example, the commodity being diesel.
Yeah.
It'll be really tough to say which pump or which liter of diesel has been refined exactly from Russian crude. But at this stage, after 4 years of the invasion and having seen the way that Russian crude flows have become extremely concentrated, it's not about the molecular division of refined products. It's more about identifying the trades and being able to clearly say that if a refinery is buying Russian crude and they are going to be using Russian crude in the refining process, if over 50% of their feedstock is Russian crude, at least 50% of the refined product will have Russian crude molecules in it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that argument. I mean, that's something that I think we've heard a bit. I'm just trying to understand the other end. Once it is refined and then blended, again, my limited understanding is there is no way of tracking once it's been refined and then blended.
Yeah, there's no way of tracking refined fuels' molecular origin, but obviously there is ways, and there are significant ways of tracking the crude origin itself at a molecular level, which has been done by different countries.
Yeah. I'm not trying to put you on the spot here. I was just trying to get a good understanding about the situation. In terms of the volumes then and revenues that then derive from, I guess, Russian oil, how confident are we, and I say we collectively, then about the specific volumes that are coming from Russia? And I'll put that to both you and to the other witnesses at the table.
I can take that first. Again, the databases we use have a 4% error margin when compared with the Russian ministry's export figures for the total year or even every month. So we are very confident that the figures being reported by our databases as going to certain destinations and to certain installations in terms of volumes are quite true.
Dr. Roberts, did you have anything to add?
I think it's clear that it's very difficult to be precise in these cases because we're dealing with a very large global market where large volumes of fuel change hands multiple times every day, that there is a transformation of the product. So the problems are genuine in tracking the product from wellhead to shipping or pipeline to refinery to an import terminal and to eventual use in a new market. So it's very difficult. As I understand, Korea's looked at the data they have access to, which is shipping data and so forth, and they've prorated the information that they have to come up with some estimates. We do not doubt that there is Russian crude oil appearing in exports in our region. Our submission has highlighted how difficult it is to be precise about that because of the numerous import channels into Australia and also just the web of supply chains across the Asia Pacific. And to make a point which I hope won't be seen as legalistic, the trade rules we've all operated under for many, many years treat the refined product as the product of the country where the refining has occurred. So to some extent, customs legislation, etc., means that the ownership of the product changes hands as it goes through the process of being extracted, refined, and obviously then used.
So in the case of oil that comes from, or the refined blended oil comes from India, then it's considered Indian.
It is an Indian product. If there's a substantial transformation test which is established under international customs law, it's also the same test we use here for country of origin labelling claims under Australian competition law, and refining counts as a substantial transformation. So the product, regardless of the constituent crudes, is recognised as the product of the country where the refining has occurred.
Is it then the case that most of the refined product that comes to Australia is blended?
There'll be a lot.
I'm assuming there is nothing that's pure from, let's say, Russia. Like, you're not getting 100% crude oil to Russia that's then refined and then sent to Australia.
Well, Senator, I would say that virtually every refinery in the world is using a mix of crude oils from different sources. So if we looked at Jamanga, which is the main focus of commentary, you'll see that they've used, I think, 200 different grades of crude oil over the life of that refinery, that they import crude oil from Russia, from the Middle East, and probably from other sources as well. And so this is part of the problem, in that crude oil is routinely stored, shipped, blended, processed, without physical separation of individual sources.
And then can I just then ask, is it then found predominantly in petrol, or are we talking diesel? Like, what type of fuel are we?
We're talking the three main fuels, obviously, jet fuel, diesel and petrol.
Okay, so all three.
Yes.
All right. My last question before I hand back to the chair, then I just want to ask what research, and this can go to both of you gentlemen, have you done into potential impacts on fuel prices that could flow on from recommendations that you've both, or that you have either provided to the committee today or will discuss with the committee today?
Well, I'm happy to go first, if that's...
Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's reverse the order there.
Yeah. Well, the first point is that we import fuel from about 20 countries, and that's to diversify our fuel mix and to ensure we have a secure supply. It's also to take advantage of whatever opportunities might be there to obtain slightly cheaper or more readily available cargoes. So we have a very diverse supply into Australia. It's very difficult to know what the impact would be until we know the reaction of overseas refiners to a change in Australia's sanctions. So the industry has been having discussions with our suppliers to try and identify if they're able and willing to provide us with imports which haven't had Russian crude in their supply chain. We've been having those conversations. Until we know how different refineries in other countries are going to respond to a change in our sanctions, we're not quite sure how that mix would change. But having said that, we've got at the moment a supply mix that's pretty much optimised to ensure our fuel security and to ensure that we can bring in the most competitively priced fuel. If there are significant changes and we have to change our sources of supply, that will probably have effects on prices. And the example I might give is if, for example, we began to take less product from, let's say, India, and we had to go further afield to the Middle East or Africa to replace that lost supply, you'll have additional shipping and other costs. So I can't give you a firm estimate, but I would say that at the moment there would probably be a price impact.
And it's also hard to eliminate Russian oil. I mean, in terms of what you mentioned to me earlier around the global oil markets and how it works. I think, as I understand it, with the spot market, and I was hoping that you might elaborate just a little bit further on that for me.
Well, the spot market's essential for Australian importers because it gives us the flexibility to ensure we can meet demand spikes or any other short-term issues. But the spot market is far less transparent than direct trade between a refinery and an import terminal in Australia. And the platform in Singapore that we use, I should say the entire region uses, marries up cargoes between sellers and buyers, but it doesn't give us any line of sight on the origin of those cargoes.
And does your association or your members take any steps to ensure that the supply chains that you have any oversight or involvement with don't contain Russian oil?
We have had conversations with Reliance going back some months now to test their willingness and capacity to provide us with product that has not been derived from Russian crude oil. They obviously have come under pressure from other buyers, particularly the EU, and we've seen effectively the sledgehammer of trade sanctions from the United States applied as well. So I'm quite pleased to say that the IEA has reported that since mid-December, Jamanga has ceased to take Russian crude oil. So that's progress, and we would hope that the industry can continue to have those negotiations, but we see the need for converging advocacy by industry and governments to bring about a change, because we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that most of the product being imported from Russia into those overseas refineries is probably ending up in the domestic market of those importing countries. So where we hear the phrase that Australia is the number one buyer, the number one buyer is most probably India and China, because most of the product going into those refineries will find its way into their domestic market. So they've got a reason to continue to bring in crude oil. That's their decision. We're hoping to persuade our suppliers that because of community issues and possibly changing government policy in Australia, they should reassess what they supply us.
And Fiber, did you have anything to add? I guess my initial question around potential impacts on fuel prices, but anything else that Dr. Roberts has also mentioned?
Yes, absolutely. I just took this opportunity to just do a quick bit of sifting through my database, and I see that about 10% of Australia's total imports of diesel in 2025 came from India. And this came at, according to the Australian Petroleum Statistics Database, this came at a 4% discount compared to the biggest such supplier, which is South Korea. Now, my understanding is that none of this 4% discount is being translated for buyers at the pump, because again, just the way that you can't differentiate the origin of the crude in the refined product, you can't differentiate the origin of the diesel at the pump itself. So the buyers are not getting that 4% discount. It's the companies that are making profits off it. So my assumption is that, again, we've seen this in the EU too, where we've seen that they have a very low reliance on importing products from refineries using Russian crude, and the cutoffs have not impacted supply in a massive way. Again, simply because the sanctions came in at the end of a month and we are only a part of the way into the other month. The data on the prices itself hasn't come, but I can take this into consideration and submit evidence once the data is available. I'll also just make a small point about, yes, I agree that Australia is in technically the single biggest consumer of products refined from Russian crude. I'll amend that statement to say it's the single biggest sanctioning country that buys refined Russian crude. And in terms of imports being cut at Jamnagar itself, we have seen cutoffs in Jamnagar supply of Russian crude. We've seen that happen partly in December, and we've seen a complete cutoff in January. But at the same time, we see a few shipments en route from Russia to Jamnagar right now. But again, it's not one refinery that is the problem, because there's going to be multiple other refineries that continue to rely on Russian crude and are facing Australia, are exporting to Australia. We know a refinery in Brunei, for example, which did not buy Russian crude for many months in 2024, suddenly started buying Russian crude. The entire dependency on Russian crude rose to as much as 60% last year, and about 50% of their total diesel exports have been to Australia. We also know that there are refineries on the eastern coast of India that are facing Australia and not the EU, for example, that have started exporting to Australia and continue to rely on Russian crude. So again, to reiterate, the problem is not one refinery, one installation. We're not focused on targeting any of that. We put the onus on sanctioning countries like Australia to clean up their supply chains and do due diligence therein.
I appreciate that.
Chair, if I could respond just to the point around the alleged 4% discount that Korea has put forward. I haven't seen the analysis. I presume they've looked at aggregate volume and value numbers for supply from Korea and India. I think that's a fairly crude way of looking at it. We would also make the point that if the decisions are being made to source Russian crude, we believe that's probably being made by the refiners to improve their margins. And they're not in the business of improving their margins to pass on a discount to Australian customers. Australia is a price taker in the regional market. We have so little of our own production and refining. We're taking the regional price. That price will vary sometimes, reflecting the market conditions, and we'll also end up with differences in shipping and other costs. So I don't accept that the industry has been taking a discounted product from India and pocketing the differences. I don't think we're being offered a discounted product from India. And I would probably make the comment as well that the market here is very, very competitive. We have great transparency around petrol prices at the pump. Consumers know what the prices are. They can check that in a moment. They know where to go. So we're not only just the regional price taker, we're also operating in a very competitive retail market where those margins will be competed away if they exist.
All right. I'm going to leave my questions there, Chair.
Sorry, Senator Ciccone, had you finished or do you have further questions?
Saying that, happy to hand back to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Senator Ciccone. Before I hand over to Senator Shoebridge, Vaibhav, did you want to respond to the comment just made by Dr. Roberts there?
I appreciate, again, our methodology is very transparent. All our research methodology is always listed publicly, and if there are any errors in the way that we've done it, we appreciate feedback. And I accept the point that maybe Australian buyers are not getting any discount when buying from India, but then that's a great reason to not buy from refineries using Russian crude if you're not even availing of the discount, I would say.
All right, thank you. I'll now hand over to Senator Shoebridge. You have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses for their help. And you've probably, that last comment was the first question I was going to give to the Institute. If we're not getting a discount or in return for buying oil which is sourced in significant part from Russia, what's in it for Australia? If it's not coming at a discount, what's in it for Australia?
Well, Senator, we're buying product from companies which meet our needs. So we have our own specifications for some of the fuels we use here in Australia. So we don't have a completely unfettered choice of refineries to take product. They need to be able and willing to provide us with the Australian specification fuel. So there's a limited number of refineries that do that. We diversify sourcing across about 20 countries to ensure that we're making the best combination of diverse, secure supply and price points. If we look at Jamangar, for example, or India, because that has been the focus of a lot of commentary, as Mr. Corrigan's submission shows, we began to take a lot of product from India before the Russia-Ukrainian war. India had added to its refining capacity. India had entered the market as the marginal player because it could sell both into Europe and into the Asia-Pacific. So they were offering us volume and at a good competitive price. So we've sourced our product around full compliance with Australia's sanctions, so clearly no trade with Russia. Secondly, what is a good diversified mix of competitively priced fuel from multiple sources?
So you see, Mr. Roberts, if we've got refineries that we have not just a strong suspicion, but I think pretty much unambiguous evidence that they're a large part of their crude oil supply is coming from Russia, you're saying that they don't sell at a discount, that it's the same, there's not a noticeable difference in the global price between refineries that the world knows is getting a significant chunk of their crude supply from Russia to refineries that don't? You're saying there's no noticeable global difference in price?
Well, the refineries are selling into the market at essentially the benchmark price for refineries, if you like, what the competitive price is. I mean, there'll be variations around that in terms of perhaps volumes and length of contract, etc. I'd say most of the supply that we source is under a term contract. So these are not one-off transactions. These are things that have been negotiated and may be in place for 12 months, 2 years. So it's not a...
I don't mind if you answer to spot price or term contracts, but my question is, are we getting do petroleum importers, do you get a discount if you're buying fuel that you can identify clearly is being sourced in significant part from Russia, whether it's a spot price or a term contract? I'm not. There's a difference. Tell me. But there's the same point.
Well, we'll get a competitive price from India, as we do from elsewhere. Whether it's related to their decisions around where they source their crude oil, I can't say.
What does a competitive price from India mean? I mean, is that code for saying actually you do get a discount from buying from Indian refineries because they're getting a chunk of their supply with sanctioned Russian oil? Is that what I'm meant to believe from that?
Well, when we say competitive price, we say the refiners are bidding into the market as a whole. So refineries in India, China, Malaysia, Brunei, Japan, Korea, the list goes on. They're all bidding into the market to secure custom. And they're obviously having to compete against other parties. And companies will diversify.
So we come back to your benchmark price. So if we take your benchmark price evidence, then it shouldn't matter if we exclude a chunk of the market, 15, 20, 30% of the market, because the other 70%, we won't be squeezed, we'll be buying at a benchmark.
Well, the benchmark price... Yeah, the benchmark...
I assume Australian purchase... The amount Australia purchases is not globally significant to change that benchmark price if we move it around.
We will continue to buy the quantity of fuel we need. It's just a question of who we buy it from. And the benchmark price is what decides to some extent the bids into the market, but there are also additional costs because we have shipping and other requirements that will vary according to where the source of supply is. So the point I was making earlier, Senator, was if we do move from one source of supply to another, it's possible that we'll end up with some additional shipping and other costs. Do you want to say anything further?
I would have thought in terms of the cost per unit, per litre of fuel, that a differential in shipping costs, whether it's coming from India or Singapore or South Korea, the difference in shipping costs, I would imagine, would be a margin of a margin. And I might get the Institute to first respond, and then I wouldn't mind Viva responding to this exchange we've had. The Institute, the shipping costs. So it's additional costs.
Shipping, yes. Well,
my understanding, difference in those costs would be margins on margins. We wouldn't be talking significant changes.
Well, it's also... I think one of the points I would make about India is, as I mentioned before, because of its geographical location, it's the marginal player in our region because it also has opportunities to sell into Europe.
But you told me before it's setting a benchmark, it's part of a benchmark. So we can go back and revisit that, but on the assumption that there's a benchmark being set and India's part of setting that benchmark, we benefit from the benchmark whether we buy from India or Singapore. I was asking you about those other marginal costs you were talking about, and I was asking you what the real impact is on price, the additional or not additional transport costs, for example. As well.
Sure. Senator, you're right, the shipping component is comparatively small compared to, say, the crude input price of the ultimately refined price. But it's more complicated than just the pricing element. Obviously, if you're going further afield, you're extending your supply chains and you're introducing more geographical risk into your supply chains. You're also extending the time out by which you can order on those parcels that you're seeking. And I guess the other key point here is there's no single refinery or set of refineries or countries that would meet Australia's volume. Obviously, the Indian refineries have been to date key suppliers to Australia. The question is, how many of the refineries, if we were to go to other markets, could genuinely be considered clean of Russian product? Or are we just in a game of whack-a-mole where you're now starting to narrow down and narrow down and narrow down your supply sources and obviously the security risk that goes with that?
Well, I mean, whether or not oil is on water for an extra week or not, I don't think is a fundamental national security issue, and it's probably even less than that coming from some alternate sources than from India. But I note what you say. Did you get that exchange, that benchmark setting and the additional marginal costs we might have to pay if we had to diversify away from, refineries that take Russian crude?
Sorry, so just to...
I think that was a question too.
Again, I think it's necessary to just state that there are a very limited list of refineries, a very limited group of countries that are still buying Russian crude. So it really does reduce the number of supply cutoffs you will have, so to say, if you put bans on imports from these refineries. And which is why in our recommendations, we recommend that you put in place sanctions on certain refineries that are using Russian crude. Australia's reliance on, as my colleagues have already said, Australia's reliance on imports from India were about 5% in terms of, say, gasoline in 2021. It has grown to a little under 10% now in 2025. So while Australia's needs have grown slightly, the imports from India have significantly grown. And the reason for this is, again, twofold. It is that India is a non-sanctioning country. They're getting oil at deeper discounts. They're getting refinery margins. Refineries are making profits. And they know that sanctioning countries are turning a blind eye towards this loophole, and they continue to export the refined products onward. Again, South Korea, for example, is the biggest provider of refined products to Australia. They don't use Russian crude. They have traditionally been a long-standing partner for imports into Australia, and there's no reason that you can't have that sort of diversification again.
If I might, Senator, just to help, there are, as I said, there are about 20 countries which we import fuel from. You've mentioned South Korea, and they are clearly a country in our region that has decided to cease any Russian imports. Japan has largely done so, although I understand there's an exception for Sakhalin. But if we look at the other countries in the region where we draw supply, you will see that they do continue to allow Russian crude oil to be imported. So unfortunately, in our region at this moment in time, most of the countries that we draw supply from, governments have not prohibited the importation of Russian crude.
Well, which takes me to the structure of the EU sanctions. The EU sanctions, I mean, and you're there and you're getting a sense of how it's playing out in real time, but as I understand it, unless a country is a net exporter, like Saudi Arabia, perhaps Venezuela if they're not being bombed and monstered, but unless a country is a net exporter, then any country that's exporting fuel products to Europe needs to provide evidence of the country of origin of the crude oil, and the obligation is on the exporter to provide evidence, which may be a chemical breakdown and the like. So is that what's happening in Europe at the moment?
It's not really a chemical breakdown. Customs authorities across different countries in the EU require traders to supply attestation documentation, traders within their countries to supply attestation documentation, as well as contract terms and representations and warranties when they're buying oil from net importer countries. And more so in terms of high-risk net importer countries, which have been identified by the EU as India, Turkey, and China. Even traders, even in cases where they're conducting spot market sales, because again, as representatives from AIP will tell you, not all oil is bought on long-term contracts. Even they've been advised to include terms in their contracts which require the counterparties to comply with sanctions and also provide evidence of compliance with the sanctions. And again, the EU guidelines state that there has to be 60 days without Russian crude into a refinery before they'll be allowed access into the EU market. So, for example, the EU sanctions came into place on the 21st of January. There have been no cargoes that have come into the EU that were purchased after 21st of January from any of these high-risk countries.
All right. So, I mean, it could be that the 60 days sort of is playing itself out, or it could just simply be they choose not to export to Europe because a significant part of their supply chain is coming from Russian oil.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Back to the
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry, Vaibhav, you feel free to respond to that.
No, absolutely. It is true. I think one of the things that we have been specifically focused on is that we believe that the 60-day margin is not enough because sometimes crude feedstocks can last longer. Companies and countries can purchase contracts and have it over longer periods of time. And the secondary aspect is, of course, again, these are non-sanctioning countries. They have trade relationships with Russia, and we've constantly iterated that if they're buying Russian oil to supply for the domestic market and are able to use and provide cheap oil to their domestic market, that's great. It should just not be external facing.
Yeah. Back to the Institute. What is the actual problem with us putting that requirement on any exporter to Australia? That same requirement, I mean, Vaibhav says it may not be strong enough, but you may have a different view, but to certify and attest through their supply chain that no Russian oil has been in their facilities for 60 days prior to the product pumped out the other end. Is there a philosophical problem with this? Is there a structural problem with this that the AIP has?
It's not a philosophical problem at all, Senator. As we said, it's the EU sanctions are a bit of a work in progress at the moment. We're not as close to it as a colleague in Amsterdam. But what was released in October was a short document of frequently asked questions that set a very broad framework where the onus of proof was put back on the trader or the importer. And we've already heard that the terms and conditions being applied, and they particularly targeted India, China and Turkey as the countries of greatest concern. From the point of view of industry, what we look for is clarity and certainty so we can make decisions to purchase from approved suppliers, that we can bring that product into the market without any uncertainty or any risk. So we also need quite a lot of detail about how that's to be done, what constitutes adequate documentation and proof, and we do rely very much on the cooperation of the other part of the transaction, the refiner, that they're willing and able to give us credible assurances about their supply chain and the consignments we're receiving. So for us, the devil's always in the detail because no one wishes to enter the market, contract to buy product, discover that things have changed or discover that the rules are in a process of evolving and you may be in breach. So we need clarity and certainty around what that obligation would look like. Europe's gone first, so we're watching very closely. We're talking to our colleagues in Europe to try and understand how those rules are evolving. As I understand it, not all the European member states will be applying these rules. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Hungary and Slovakia won't, and then you have the other member states who might be doing some of their own arrangements. under that broad EU umbrella. So we're very interested in knowing how this will work so we can see if our counterparties in other countries who provide the product to us are able to meet that.
All right, thanks. So I'll hand it back to you, Chair, and particularly thank you for joining us well before dawn in Amsterdam. Really appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Senator Shoebridge. I'll now give the call to Senator Nabarjima-Price.
Thank you, and thank you for your contributions, gentlemen, so far. I've just got a few questions for the Australian Institute of Petroleum. What are the steps that your members take to assure themselves that Russian crude oil isn't entering their supply chain?
At this stage, it's a conversation with those suppliers which we have term contracts in place, or we're buying directly from the refinery. The difficulty is that at this point we don't have a trigger to renegotiate term contracts. These term contracts can have a life of 1, 2, 3 years, and we can't turn around and say we're no longer accepting the product because either you've changed your sourcing and we see now that you're using more Russian crude or some other complication. That's one of the reasons why we have said regulation is important, to give us a trigger so we can go back to our suppliers and say, well, the law has changed. This is no longer a compliant product for Australia. Can we renegotiate our arrangement? If you're not able to do that, then obviously we can't legally bring the product into the country. So those conversations. But we would also make the point that there's a lot of work to be done in the spot market. So spot market cargoes are essential for maintaining security of supply. That's traded out of Singapore using a Platts platform, which does not tell us in nearly all cases what the origin of the cargo is. It matches buyers and sellers on the basis of what the volume might be, when it's available, does it meet spec. So it doesn't give us any idea as to where that cargo may have originally come from. Now, the Europeans are tackling the problem that problem in their spot market, so there is a prospect that we might be able to do the same here in this region. But unfortunately at the moment we don't own, operate, control the platform in Singapore. That's used by all the spot traders in this region.
And Senator, Sorry, Senator. Can I just also add, just for the avoidance of doubt, the existing sanctions in place for crudes extracted from Russia or refined product sold from directly from Russia. All Australian suppliers are compliant with that. Those ones are a lot easier to track than where there are third-party transformations. So any crude that's going into the 2 Australian refineries are absolutely not from Russian crudes.
Okay, and so I suppose what steps would they take if they are unable to assure themselves of the provenance of the oil?
Well, at this stage, the product is still legal, and if a term contract is in place, there's no basis, no legal basis to renegotiate that. You'd be reliant on the goodwill and support of your supplier.
So under current Australian law, your members are bound to continue with a supply contract even once they identify the source of fuel may be coming from Russia?
Well, those sources do change. As we pointed out, Jamango, which always gets a mention in this discussion, has taken an increasing volume of Russian crude over the last 12 months or so. Now we're pleased to say that that has stopped. So that is essentially a decision by the refinery, and the existing term contracts don't give us an opportunity to reopen that. There's no legal right to do that. There's just the opportunity to have the conversation and try and persuade the company to ensure that its exports to Australia are not derived from Russian crude. But they have their own problems there because they are operating an integrated facility that's taking large volumes of crude from different parts of the world and pushing it through common user infrastructure and refining it together. So the decision to supply us with non-Russian derived product means that they would have to make some significant changes in their own sourcing decisions if they can't physically separate those different streams.
So what size investments are your members making on the systems and capabilities to ensure sanctions compliance?
Well, that's a very important commitment. They've got significant investments in that. What they tend to rely on is, as much as possible, sourcing from their established suppliers, where they have a long-term relationship. Now, some of the product is sourced from their own businesses, especially when they're a large multinational. They can source from their own refineries or from other sources which they're very familiar with. Obviously, it's a bit more difficult in the spot market where we don't have that line of sight on the origins of cargoes.
Okay, I mean, it'd be fair to assume that the spot market is more susceptible to being used to sell Russian crude.
Well, these are transactions done in real time through a mediated platform without, in most instances, any disclosure of the origins of the cargo. So that problem is identified in our submission to the inquiry. It's recognised by the EU, and so we're following closely how the EU is going to tackle that problem.
Okay, and obviously it is difficult, the tracking of crude oil once it enters the supply. But what is industry doing to monitor the Russian shadow fleet of vessels transporting Russian crude, and how, I suppose, can this be enhanced?
It's a good question, because that is and Korea has done a lot of good work on this, so I'd like to acknowledge that. The Russians are using a variety of tactics to conceal the flow of crude oil. We've heard a lot about the shadow fleet. There's also a lot of pipeline supply that is far from clear. It's a very opaque trade. So there are many opportunities where the Russians are doing their best to conceal the movement of crude oil. With the shadow fleet, our members obviously have nothing to do with those vessels that have been identified as carrying Russian cargoes. And that list of banned vessels continues to grow. Names change. All sorts of tactics are adopted by the Russians to conceal what's going on, but our members are tracking that and avoiding using any vessels that have been banned.
Okay. Sorry, did you want to provide any more further? I saw you nodding your head, Babab, on that particular question, if there's anything you wanted to contribute to.
Yep, sure. Absolutely. On the shadow fleet, about 70% of Russian crude delivered every month is on shadow tankers, over 70%. So at any point of time, you can make the assumption that our installation, a refinery, a port, a country receiving Russian crude is going to receive the majority of the crude comes on shadow fleet tankers. Obviously, Australia has now sanctioned over 100 shadow fleet tankers over the course of the last year. A lot of these tankers are indirectly still in Australia's supply chain, simply because they provide crude oil to refineries that Australia is buying refined products from. So in a sense, Australia is undermining their own sanctions. I know that it's currently the refining loophole is legal and open. So understandably yeah, I can understand that. If I may, I'll also just clarify one point that my colleague made regarding different regulations for different countries in the EU on imports of refined products made from Russian crude. And you mentioned Hungary and Slovakia. So unfortunately, fortunately, Hungary and Slovakia do not import from refineries using Russian crude globally. They have their own refineries doing that because they get access to Russian crude via the Druzhba, and they've continued to buy increasing volumes of Russian crude via the Druzhba. Refineries in both the countries are operated by MOL, who refine the product and supply it domestically.
Thank you. And back to the Institute, what proportion of Australia's fuel would be derived from spot market crude as opposed to term contract agreement?
Well, I can't give you an exact number because it does vary, but I've always relied on the rough rule of thumb of sort of 80-20, or possibly even more than that, because at the end of the day, we absolutely need to have fuel available in real time. Term contracts are the only way to be absolutely assured that you've got that supply, and the spot cargoes are necessary to ensure that whereas there's some unexpected disruptions to supply, some spikes in demand, etc., you can meet it. So 90-10, 80-20, overwhelming volume is locked and loaded a long time in advance under term contracts.
Okay. And just a couple more questions. Based on your experience with global supply chains, what is the single most challenging aspect of implementing a ban? Is it traceability, contractual constraints, or securing replacement supply?
I think that what I would identify as the most important is the willingness of the counterparty, the refinery, to adjust their practices, to give us a clear assurance around how they've managed their supply and that the product being sold to us does not have Russian crude. We have tremendous problems if you wanted to try and track the movement of this product, especially when it's being moved covertly around the world. If you have a reliable counterparty who can give you honest assurances backed by good evidence that they have taken steps to ensure that they don't have Russian crude oil in the supply chain for the products they're supplying to us, that's the most important thing. So that's the reason why the industry has devoted so much time to discussions, negotiations with businesses like Reliance, so that we have an alignment between the overseas refiner and our local needs.
Right. And if Australia were to restrict imports from refineries known to process Russian crude, where would replacement supply most likely come from, and how quickly could supply chains adjust?
We would probably need a transition period, so that one of the first things that we would want to do is, if there were established suppliers who were becoming ineligible to supply the market because of their sourcing decisions, we would probably want a situation where we could trigger a renegotiation of a term contract and see if they were prepared to make changes that would make them compliant. You want to keep the supplier you have if they've provided a good product on a reliable basis, and you'd want to have an opportunity to try and see if you could work a solution. If that wasn't possible, then you'd have to look around the region to see what suppliers had made those changes and could provide those assurances to you. And that we really won't know that until we're in a position where it's clear that's the policy change, and you know, the refiners in other countries begin to make their decisions about the value of the Australian market, what they're prepared to do to retain access to it.
Okay, and just one last question. Given you've said trading platforms don't provide line of sight on origin, is compliance primarily based on supplier assurances rather than independent verification?
Well, unfortunately, the platform doesn't, as you mentioned, give us independent verification. So it's a conversation that you have with suppliers, but because you're dealing with a spot market, you don't really have an opportunity to be very sure about what you're buying beyond what is provided through the platform, which is, you know, the essential information around the product, delivery times, port of loading, that sort of thing. So the spot market is unfortunately not as transparent as it could be.
Trades are essentially, the platforms are essentially designed to match specifications. Suppliers will go to market with a particular specification of the fuel. Suppliers will seek a particular specification of fuel, because not all fuels are the same. The platform then matches those together, and you have no visibility at all about the origin of that product that you had bought. It's just the system was never designed to do that.
Thank you for that. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Senator Nabarjima-Price. I just wanted to quickly ask a couple of questions. We've had some very compelling evidence that the government needs to act straight away to close the loophole which allows Russian oil to come in via third countries. If the government was to act straight away in that respect, can I just understand, is it possible to say what impact this would have on Australian fuel supplies?
It's difficult to say because we wouldn't know how suppliers in the region would respond. So there will be some suppliers that will probably want to continue to import Russian crude and can't physically segregate that supply from the refineries supplying exports. So if that question's posed to some refineries, they'll decide, oh, well, we'll probably just cease supplying Australia because we see greater value in retaining our existing supply of Russian crude. On the other hand, we would hope that our established partners would see that there's a value in continuing to do so, particularly since Australia wouldn't be acting alone. We'd be aligned with the EU. And we look at India, for example, which I think Korea's statistics were saying about 40% of the middle distillates, so, that's jet fuel and diesel, go to the EU. Australia is not such a big market that people will necessarily make major changes to their business to accommodate us, but where we're acting in the same way as other countries which equally asking for the same thing, then it's quite possible they'll make that decision. I would just say, though, that so until we know the reaction of refiners elsewhere, hard to know, but we do have at the moment a mix that we would say is optimised to give us fuel security and the lowest possible prices. If there's a significant change to that, it's possibly going to lead to higher prices.
The other thing I'd add to that, Senator, is with the EU having made the announcement in July last year, we're now in January, that's 6-7 months of lead time from making the announcement. We're still waiting to see how that's playing out in practice, and I think a lot of the compliance components of that are going to be still a fair way to play out on that as well. So the lead time is important, but it's also important to understand that Australia, of course, is deeply embedded in the Asia-Pacific region. Europe is a little bit further, so the implications for Australia are probably greater than they are for the EU.
I guess without legislation, can I also put to you, why can't your members just stop using third-party Russian oil, full stop, without the need to change sanctions?
Certainly. It's a natural question to ask. First of all, it's hard to identify all the instances where Russian crude oil might be in the supply chain.
Yeah, and I know you have given evidence about that.
That's difficult. Secondly, where term contracts are in place, there's not a legal basis to trigger renegotiation of that contract, so you're reliant on the goodwill of the refiner to take into account your concerns and whether they can accommodate you.
And have your members tried to do that?
Those conversations have been held particularly with Reliance.
Okay, so putting aside the contractual obligations, there are conversations underway right now to see whether, by agreement, those contracts can be varied.
Yes, the industry is testing what refiners can do to meet this change, if that's what's going to occur. We go back to the point, though, that we see regulation as fulfilling a number of purposes. It creates a level playing field so it can capture all importers and all import channels into Australia, and we think that's important for sanctions to be effective. It gives all parties some certainty around what's required for market access into Australia, and that's very important when you're committing yourself to long-term contracts. It certainly creates an opportunity for us to have discussions with S&P around the design and the information being supplied by the trading platform in Singapore, so we can address those problems in the spot market. All these things are far more easy to prosecute and conduct in commercial negotiations when we have government in support. We've seen the change in Jamangar because of EU sanctions, American pressure, and we would like to think, industry discussions with suppliers. So it does take converging advocacy and pressure to bring about change.
So is it your position that to change supply arrangements, which may be contrary to the terms of a contract, could potentially be a breach of that contract? I mean, if your members are saying, well, hang on a minute, we're varying the contract because we believe that this, in effect, breaches the spirit of the law,
yes,
then can I put it to you that that may necessarily not be a breach of a supply contract?
If the law changes materially, an importer will have the opportunity to trigger a review of the contract. to say.
So the legal position is more clear. I understand
yes,
that.
and so that's the firm ground on which you can reopen a discussion with your overseas refinery.
Yeah.
The fuel is no longer compliant with Australian conditions. We best talk about that and work out whether you're able to make it compliant.
Are your members willing and able to change their supply contracts so that there is no Russian oil coming into Australia?
Well, if the government changes policy, we'll comply with the policy as we do today. So
the bottom line is this is a matter for the government to act.
Well, absolutely, the industry will comply whatever the sanctions regime is. That's a decision for the government. I would say that it's a decision that needs to be, if that decision is made, the design of another set of sanctions would need to be done carefully to ensure fuel security and fuel prices are not put at risk, and that would need consultation with industry. It would need probably a transition period to allow us to find alternative sources of supply if we need to. So there's a lot involved, but if the policy changes, the industry will comply.
All right, thank you so much. Vaibhav, I'm just wondering whether you have any final observations you wish to make before we finish up.
None really. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and really glad to hear from even the industry on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Thank you all very much for attending today. We really are very grateful to you. Any questions on notice should be returned to the committee by Friday, the 27th of February 2026. And again, our sincere thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome representatives from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the Department of Defence. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the grounds which are claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Christian Hurst, First Assistant Secretary, Europe Division, DFAT.
Lloyd Broderick, Assistant Secretary, Eastern and South East Europe Branch, DFAT.
Julia Heckscher, First Assistant Secretary, Regulatory and Legal Policy Division, DFAT.
Michael Gugan, Acting Assistant Secretary, Australian Sanctions Office, DFAT.
Thank you very much for all appearing remotely and in the room. We have
Brigadier Knight Borlock, Director General, Fuel Capability, Department of Defence.
Thanks, Brigadier.
And Emily Hall, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Industrial Collaboration and Regulation Division.
Thank you. And do either the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade or the Department of Defence have an opening statement? An opening statement that you wish to make?
Yes, thank you, Chair. One from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry.
And that's Mr. Hurst. Sorry, Dr. Hurst.
Dr. Hurst, yes, Christian Hurst.
Just to help. Just to help Hansard.
Hansard, yes. So as I said, I manage our Europe division and have responsibility for our Russia and Ukraine policy settings. And of course, my colleagues online from our regulatory and legal division have responsibility for our sanctions policy settings. Australia's support for Ukraine has been absolutely steadfast, and we are committed to continuing to support Ukraine to defend itself against Russia's illegal and barbaric invasion. Our efforts are driven by a variety of policy tools. On the one hand, we've continued to provide material support to Ukraine in the form of military assistance, humanitarian assistance and energy assistance. And on the other hand, we have continued to apply pressure on Russia to ensure it bears costs for this illegal invasion. Australia currently has over 1,900 targeted sanctions in place that relate to Russia, the most of any country that we sanction. Over 1,600 of these are in direct response to Russia's illegal war. We've imposed trade measures to prevent Russia from acquiring key technologies and to restrict revenues that Russia derives from its natural resources. These are most wide-ranging and multifaceted sanction measures reflecting the scale and seriousness of Russia's breaches of international law, including the UN Charter. Australia's sanctions against Russia are developed and implemented in close coordination with our international partners, particularly the UK, Canada, New Zealand, the US, and the European Union. Working with partners really is an essential feature of the way we are applying pressure on Russia through our sanctions regime, and it's been effective in limiting Russia's ability to wage this war. The UK government estimates that global sanctions have deprived the Russian state of at least $450 billion since February 2022. Russia's economy is showing signs of strain. In 2025, growth slowed to 1%, and last month, January 2026, the IMF downgraded Russia's GDP growth forecast for 2026 to 0.8%. Data from Russia's own Ministry of Finance indicates that oil and gas revenues fell by 19.4% in the year to November 2025. Oil and gas revenues in January 2026 were the lowest since July 2020 and less than half of what they were in January 2025. But as we are all painfully aware, Russia continues to wage this war. While there is little doubt that the global sanctions regime has been effective in constraining and limiting Russia's war machine, it's also clear that Russia puts enormous effort into evading sanctions. Russia's expansion of its shadow fleet vessels is the most clear example of this, and it allows Russia to continue to transport Russian oil as a direct response to sanctions pressure. Australia has now sanctioned 200 Russian shadow fleet vessels in response to this. While Australia banned the direct import of Russian oil in 2022, taking the value of imports from $80 million in 2021 to zero, we are, of course, aware that some Russian oil makes its way into refined petroleum products in Australian supply chains, stroke, which you've been focused on today. The interconnectedness of global supply chains, Russia's large share of the global oil supply, and the mingling of oil products makes eliminating the revenue Russia gains from these sales a complex challenge. As the Foreign Minister has noted repeatedly, Australian consumers expect businesses to know their supply chains and ensure they're not importing Russian oil refined products. Since 2025, DFAT has engaged closely with industry representatives, including the Australian Institute for Petroleum, who you just had as a witness, to discuss options to eliminate STRO from Australian supply chains. Our officials at our posts in India have also been engaging closely with Reliance Industries about the possibility of Russian oil being present in refined products imported to Australia from India. And we did welcome the announcement from Reliance that it would cease Russian oil imports into its dedicated Jamnagar Special Economic Zone refinery and would export STRO-free refined products from the 1st of December 2025. And we were pleased that a Reliance commissioned audit by Lloyd's Register in December 2025, confirmed that the segregation of Jamnagar's domestic and export-oriented refineries. We also acknowledge the EU and the UK's announcement of bans on the importation of oil products refined in third countries from Russian crude oil. The EU ban took effect on the 21st of January. The UK has not yet announced when it will implement its measure. We are engaging very closely with the EU and the UK to learn more about how they're implementing their plans and developing their plans to make these measures have effect. So we'll continue to work closely with partners to assess options to put further pressure on Russian energy revenues to ensure that our sanctions continue to weaken Russia's capability and resolve. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that statement. We'll now go to questions, and I will start with a number of questions, firstly for DFAT. And I'll begin with the point that you've just raised about the ban of importation of Russian crude oil from third countries by the EU and the UK. And that is of very serious concern that the Australian government has not acted in that respect. Why are you still assessing this rather than acting so that Australians, including the Ukrainian community, can be assured that they will not be consuming Russian oil in this country and supporting Russia's war effort and breach of international law?
Thank you for the question. We are, as I said, working very closely with Australian industry and with the EU and the UK to understand what the EU is doing, what the UK plans to do, and to make sure anything we would design in Australia didn't have any unintended consequences, particularly for fuel security, for pricing, and would have the effect that we would want it to have. We're consulting widely across government to make sure the options we develop are the most effective options.
So this is a live option that you are considering?
There are options being considered, yes.
Being this option in particular, the ban on importation of Russian crude oil from third countries?
We're wanting to learn as much as we can from the EU in particular to see how their ban is working. That's the most recent and the only ban, in fact, so that's the one we're looking most closely at, and then looking at a range of other potential options that would suit our unique circumstances, noting our supply chains are different from the EU's, so we'd want to make sure it was fit for purpose for Australian circumstances.
And so what's the nature of your consultations? With whom are you consulting, and have you prepared any briefs or other consultation papers to support your work?
Our consultation's been going on for a number of months now with the AIP and other industry players on how they are seeing the EU process, how they understand what the UK are doing, and to understand potential impacts on Australian supply chains. We have an ongoing whole of government process, which is led in my division to consult with the affected government departments who would play a role in this process to get their input into potentially designing options to respond to this problem.
And so is this a case that you don't know how to implement the ban, or are you trying to understand the impacts of such a ban in Australia? What is your hesitation given the EU has acted and, of course, also now the UK?
The EU ban has only been in effect for a few weeks. The UK hasn't yet put their ban into effect. They've announced an intention to do so, but are still designing it. And each EU member state is taking a slightly different approach, and we're trying to understand of the 27 member states, and in fact some of the EU's member states continue to directly import Russian energy products. So it's a mixed picture in Europe. So we're trying to get a really clear understanding of what would work, what is working in the EU context, talking to the UK closely about how they're proposing to implement their ban, to make sure anything we design here has the effect we intend, and that we're able to design it to suit our circumstances.
Because, Dr Hurst, we've heard some alarming evidence today from the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations, making it very clear that currently more money is going to Russia than Ukraine from Australia by way of the imports coming into this country have generated revenue by way of direct tax revenue to the Kremlin of some $2.45 billion in Australian dollars. So can I put it to you that this is an urgent situation and that Australia does need to act to stop the flow of money to Russia?
We're very aware of the position of the Ukrainian community, and we're working very closely with, as you'd expect, talking closely to the Ukrainian government about how we can continue to support Ukraine and put pressure on Russia. As I said in my opening statement, the sanctions we have in place and the sanctions the international community have in place has deprived, and the UK government estimate has deprived the Russian state of over $450 billion worth of revenue. The Russian economy is under strain. So what we are doing at the moment is having a real effect in depriving Russia of revenue, and we will continue to explore options to do even more.
Well, that's not the evidence we've received, though. The evidence we've received very clearly is that there's more money going from Australia to Russia than there is to Ukraine. We're talking about billions of dollars by way of direct tax revenue as a result of the import of Russian crude oil.
Well, I'm aware of the data that the Korea and others and the Ukrainian community have put forward on this. As I said, the impact of our work with the international community on the sanctions regime has been to significantly impact the Russian economy and to deprive it of a significant amount of revenue. So I think that is worth acknowledging, and we will, as I said, we'll continue to look for opportunities to put further pressure on Russia.
I'll be as quick as I can because I know other senators have questions. Your submission notes that since April 2022, Australia has a total prohibition on crude oil and petroleum products from Russia. How do you assess the effectiveness of this prohibition, given, of course, that it's not legislated, is it?
Maybe my sanctions colleagues can talk to how the operation of the prohibition, but the effect has been to zero out all Russian energy import. We have zero Russian energy imports into Australia since 2022.
Do you concede, though, that Russian products are still coming into Australia?
Through third parties? Sorry.
Yeah, happy to just jump in there and clarify the current scope of the sanctions.
If you could just state your name, for particularly will really help Hansard. Thank you.
Yeah, Michael Corrigan from the Australian Sanctions Office. So just to clarify, the sanctions that we have in place in relation to Russian energy products does ban the direct importation of Russian crude and other Russian energy products from Russia into Australia. And as First Assistant Secretary Dr. Hurst mentioned, that has resulted in the reduction of energy imports from Russia to Australia. I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but I think it was about $80 million at the point of the start of the conflict to zero today. So we definitely have seen an impact of the sanction ban that we've put in place for direct imports of Russian energy products. Nevertheless, as we've seen in the testimony today, including from Korea and the Australian Institute of Petroleum, and as Dr. Hurst mentioned, we are thinking further about this other issue, which is where Russian energy products are sent to third countries, then refined and sent to Australia. So that's the issue that Australia is looking closely at how the EU and UK are grappling with that problem.
So just to go back to the prohibition, it's not legislated. Is there any reason why it hasn't been legislated?
Sorry, to clarify, the prohibition on the direct import of Russian energy is legislated. The next issue that we're now looking at is the one that Dr. Hurst referred to, which is,
So the direct imports there is a direct legislative prohibition on direct imports. What is that effective? How effective is this proving to be? We've heard evidence that Russian products are still coming into Australia.
So as I mentioned earlier, our assessment is that the direct import of Russian energy, our sanctions have been effective in stopping that trade.
Senator, perhaps I can just jump in. This is part of the sanctions legislation. So the sanctions legislation, it's one of the trade bans that's implemented through the Russian sanctions legislation. It's specifically limited to direct imports of Russian crude. I think some of the things that you've heard this morning don't relate to direct imports. I didn't hear anything this morning that contradicted the assessments that direct imports from Russia had stopped. It's the indirect imports or substantially transformed products.
So are you suggesting that there are no Russian products coming into this country directly now in contravention of the sanctions ban, the sanctions framework?
That's the information that we have. Obviously, it comes from ABF, etc., who monitor what's coming in, but this is the direct from Russia imports.
Yes, and can you please advise our committee what's the approximate value of Russian assets frozen and seized by the Australian government?
I can answer that, and I think it's probably, just because I've heard a lot of comparisons with Europe, it might be useful just to give a little bit of context as well, Senator, if you'll forgive me. First of all, when Russia invaded Ukraine, the Australian relationship with Russia was already pretty minimal. Trade volumes were already pretty low, so there was not really that much coming into Australia. So I think important just to compare that to the situation in Europe, which obviously deeply enmeshed with Russia at the time. So that's number one. Number two, under sanctions legislation, important to understand what the obligations are to notify, because that actually reflects on what information we have. Under the sanctions legislation, the holder of an asset owned or controlled by a sanctioned individual or entity has to be frozen under Australian sanctions law. So the individual who holds or controls an asset that's owned or controlled by a sanctioned individual or entity is obliged to notify the AFP. And in addition, particularly since we got our budget measure, which gave us some more resources for monitoring and compliance activity, to supplement that obligation to both freeze and to notify, we undertake outreach to, in particular, the financial sector to just reinforce that obligation and to check on the amount of assets that are frozen. Based on the notifications that have been made, the information provided to us, the outreach that we've done to the financial sector, the information we have suggests under $100 million of Russian financial assets held in Australia.
Could we please, or can you break that down? So how is that $100 million in assets broken down into what sort of assets?
Financial assets.
No, but
financial instruments, securities held in Australia.
Could you just break the $100 million down so we can understand?
I'm afraid I can't. I don't have that information with me, Senator, so I can't actually break it down any further. Some of that would be Russian sovereign, but some of it would be Russian private assets as well.
And so what is Australia, if we could have that list on notice, so we can understand the nature of those assets?
I'll take the question on notice because we may not have all of that detailed information.
If you could take the question on notice and could you please provide the committee with the detail that you do have. So could these assets be liquidated? What's Australia doing with these assets? And I guess... And I'm also asking, is it possible to move those assets to the people of Ukraine, for instance?
The answer to the second is no, currently. We can't move them to the people of Ukraine. But I'll get back to the first, is under Australian sanctions law, there is no power to do anything with those assets other than to have them frozen. Yeah. In fact, under Australian law, the only legislation really that enables the seizure of assets is something like the proceeds of crime legislation. There are all sorts of complexities, constitutional and other, with seizing any assets. The obligation under sanctions legislation is to freeze the assets. I think there is a fair amount of confusion, including in the media, about exactly what has been happening internationally. And I will emphasise, Senator, that we stay in really close contact with like-mindeds around the world. This is an issue that I think earlier speakers have noted has been discussed, debated, worked on at length by a lot of countries, EU, UK, US. We've been involved in a lot of those discussions as well for a period of time. To date, as far as we know, no country has been able to seize any Russian sovereign assets. There's very little legislation in relation to this space, and even when there is legislation, it has not been used because the issue raises all sorts of complexities, including things like sovereign immunity issues, because the kind of assets that are being talked about belong to the Russian state. So you can imagine there's a whole pile of international law complexities. I'm not an international lawyer, so I can't go into all of the details, but what the Europeans and the G7 have actually done is, and going back to the earlier comment I made about the volume of Australian trade with Russia compared to Europe, including the UK, also Japan and Canada, when Russia invaded Ukraine and all of our countries implemented sanctions measures freezing the assets that were then in our countries, Europe, UK, to a lesser extent, definitely US, to a lesser extent Japan, some Canada, had huge volumes of assets. In particular, Europe had volumes of assets that were held in clearing houses, Russian central bank assets that were frozen. I don't know the exact volume, but it's kind of in the 200 billion euro kind of area. All of that money is frozen, and interest is being earned on that money. And what the Europeans have managed to do, because they have not been able to overcome this complexity of seizing assets and passing them to Ukraine, is that they are basically made loans to Ukraine, which are secured and repaid out of the interest earned on frozen Russian central bank assets being held in those jurisdictions. So the assets themselves have not been seized. Interest being earned on those assets is being used to provide loans to Ukraine. Now, quite recently, late last year into early this year, Europe was trying to come up with an arrangement, legislation and implementation that would have enabled them to seize assets and to actually give those assets to Ukraine under quite a complex arrangement that would have relied upon Russia being ordered to make reparations to Ukraine and no repayment until that point. Europe didn't get that proposed arrangement over the line at all because they couldn't reach agreement on whether or not they could seize assets. So what they've done instead is again made another loan, which is again being repaid essentially out of the interest being earned on frozen assets. So I know that sounds very complex, but no one so far, no country, no like-minded country has managed to actually seize and pass to Ukraine frozen assets.
All right, well, look, I'll leave
including
it at that.
us.
Thank you so much. I will leave my questions there for the time being and now hand over to Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your attendance. Just to be clear, I'm going to be asking you questions about Russian energy imports, and I'm not talking about direct imports. I don't think that's really been what the evidence has been about today. We're talking about indirect imports, including, and overwhelmingly, we're talking crude oil that is being refined in third countries, and the primary countries seem to be Turkey, India, and China, although the evidence suggest that it's exclusive to those countries, and the alleged transformation of the oil of the crude oil to refined products is allowing that crude oil export to avoid our sanctions regime. Do we all understand that was the flavour of the evidence we had today, and that's the basis upon which I'll be asking questions. So any questions or clarification about that? No? Good. The AIP, pretty much every witness made it clear that a chunk, probably a significant chunk of Australia's refined oil products that have been imported have at least some Russian crude oil in. Did you hear that evidence today? And I might go to you, Dr. Hurst. Did you hear that evidence today?
Yes, I'm aware of the evidence from today, yes.
Can I just, what's the intent and the purpose of Australia's sanctions regime against Russia? Is there a stated purpose for it? If so, what is it?
Yes, Senator. As I said in my opening statement, the purpose, in coordination with the international community, which is where these kinds of regimes have the greatest effect, is to impose costs on Russia for its illegal and barbaric invasion of Ukraine, and to constrain its war economy and its resolve and its capacity to continue to wage its war against Ukraine.
And in terms of the sanctions against direct energy exports from Russia, it's to stop Australian money going into Russia, which can then be used to further Russia's war against Ukraine. Is it as simple?
It's as simple as saying that we working with like-mindeds need to make sure there is sufficient pressure internationally to make sure that Russia's capacity is constrained.
Well, I just want to be clear. I don't want my money, if I'm putting fuel in my car, I don't want to pay BP, and then a chunk of the money I give BP, either directly or indirectly, to end up going to Russia to be used to buy weapons to kill people in the Ukraine. I don't want that to happen. From my perspective, is my perspective shared by the government? Is that the intent?
The government absolutely does not want is aware that the Australian community, Australian consumers would expect that the private sector and the industry are doing everything they can to prevent this from occurring, the point you're making from occurring. That is, the Foreign Minister's made that very clear. That is absolutely the expectation. So yes, we should share that view.
Well, we've heard a lot of evidence today that is still happening. That when Australians are buying petrol, chunk of money indirectly is going through countries like India, potentially China and Turkey as well, and finding its way into Russia to help fuel the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Is it the intent of the Australian government to do what it can to stop that happening?
Yes, Senator. Thanks for the question. And as I said in my opening statement, that we are aware that sadly there is this complex challenge of Russian oil being refined in third parties, and actually measuring that accurately and getting a clear sense is complex in of itself, but we are aware that it's likely occurring, and we are working up options across government, working with industry, talking to our like-minded partners. We've had our colleagues in India work closely with Reliance Industries to make sure we can kind of tackle this problem effectively as possible, and to make sure we're doing it without taking into account Australia's unique supply chains and our requirement for fuel security and impact on costs. So yes, we're aware, and we are working on this.
Well, you would have heard the evidence from the Australian Institute of Petroleum that effectively, in their evidence at least, there's global benchmark prices being set, or regional benchmark prices being set for the fuel and types of fuel that Australia wants. And did you hear their evidence where they say there isn't a discount that Australia is getting when it's buying refined products that have been sourced in part from Russia? Did you hear that evidence?
Did you hear that? Yes, we did. Yeah, we heard that evidence.
Yes. If that's true, I'm going to assume it is, then if we exclude those refineries, or potentially even countries that are providing us with refined oil products that are sourced in whole or in part from Russia, well, if their evidence is right, and they seem to be the experts, that's their job, their day job, then it wouldn't have an impact in terms of the benchmark price we're paying at all. Have you got evidence to contradict them in that regard?
The potential impact, how our regional is working, and the potential impact of different measures on our supply chain and on price is something that our colleagues in Treasury are working very closely on and are contributing to our work on as we work up options. So I'm aware of there are views out there, but we will rely on our experts in Treasury and their modelling to make sure any policy we design takes into account that.
This isn't a new issue, though. The indirect import of Russian, particularly through the refineries, has been a matter of at least 12 months. Are you saying you haven't got that modelling provided by Finance? The Australian government hasn't done that and doesn't have an answer?
Senator Shoebridge, we're just having a few audio issues. I just want to make sure the witnesses have clearly heard your question. Dr. Hurst, can you clearly understand?
It's just you're asking. This issue's been around for more than 12 months.
You say you're waiting for modelling from Finance. My question is, it's been around for at least 12 months. This concern about us indirectly feeding the Russian war effort through the indirect importation of Russian crude. It's been around for. Have you obtained that to get a sense of what, if any, impact it would have fuel price? Australia.
Have we got it?
Dr. Hurst, can you? Senator Shoebridge, your audio is breaking up, so we're having some troubles at this end. Can I just hang on a minute, Senator Shoebridge? Dr. Hurst, can you clearly hear Senator Shoebridge's question?
I think Senator was asking, do we have the modelling? This has been around for a while. Do we have the modelling? I think that was the question. We don't have the full modelling yet. These things are they take some time. So we are, but there is work underway.
All right. Have you seen the evidence from the Australian Ukrainian organisations that indicates that the indirect purchase of crude oil, largely through Indian refineries, but it's not limited to Indian refineries, has provided $2.4 billion of support to Russia for its war on Ukraine, which is more than the $1.7 billion directly provided to Ukraine to assist them. Have you seen that, and have you got any evidence that would contradict it?
I'm aware of the evidence, and I just sorry, I'm getting some feedback in what I'm saying through the audio, but I would treat a lot of the data that's out there with some caution. There is a number of assumptions that underpin it, and there are things that we have blind spots. All of us have in trying to understand what's a complex global market. So I'm aware of the numbers that are out there, but they're not solid, reliable numbers.
Well, I'd ask you to provide on notice on what basis you make those conclusions. I don't think we've got time now, or I don't think it's a particularly useful format to go through and identify the particular concerns you have with the data points. But could I ask you to provide on notice a detailed response? Because for myself, I found their evidence persuasive. I found the evidence that we got from the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air persuasive and compelling. And if you've got reasons to doubt it, could you set out the actual basis upon which you doubt their conclusions on notice?
Yeah, happy to do that on notice, Senator, sure.
Given Europe announced its most, I can't remember if it was round 18 or round 19 of their sanctions against Russia. One has particularly targeted third-party supply of Russian crude and oil and put the onus on. Sorry, Chair, is this breaking up again?
Look, it's okay. It's not ideal, but no, keep going, Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah. Well, the most Europe's announcement at the end of last year, which has been implemented since the 21st of January this year, to prohibit the indirect importation, whether transformed or not through a refinery, of Russian crude. DFAT's been aware of that for 4 months, 5 months, is that right?
Yes, we've been aware since they made the announcement, correct.
Europe is one of those like-minded partners you referred to of acting in concert with. Is that right?
Correct.
Yep. Have we taken steps to act in concert with Europe on their efforts? Because I assume just like our efforts are stronger when they're matched by Europe, Europe's efforts will be stronger when they're matched by Australia. So have we engaging with Europe to see how we can support them and mirror their sanctions regime?
We are indeed, Senator. We're in deep and close consultation, and my sanctions colleagues, I'm sure, will want to add to this answer. But we have a regular dialogue with our European partners in the EU on how to apply pressure on Russia and how to support Ukraine. It's a feature of our engagement, and each EU sanctions package, each EU package, we are trying to be as lockstep as we possibly can be, noting we have our own processes. But yeah, my sanctions colleagues may want to talk to their regular engagement with the EU.
Senator Shoebridge, hopefully you can hear. Julie Hackshaw from the Regulatory and Legal Policy Division in DFAT. Just to confirm, we have so many different contacts, meetings at all sorts of different levels with different variations of Five Eyes, G7, bilateral, etc. And they can be generic if they're senior, or they can be thematic or focused on things like delistings, litigation, compliance, sanctions packages. So it's endless and ongoing.
Senator Shoebridge, we are losing you completely on that last question. Are you? I'm going to have to hand the call over very shortly. Do you want to have another go?
One question.
No. You could try and turn your video off. I've just been given some advice. We're getting.
Right. Can you hear me?
A little, yeah, just give it a go. Otherwise, we'll move the call around and then see whether you might need to put these questions on notice.
Yeah.
Senator Shoebridge, I'm sorry, we have got the audio is really deteriorated. We can't hear you. We're just getting little bubbles of audio. So look, I might, apologies, but I'll move the call to Senator Whittaker, and we might take this offline to see whether you've got any further questions. I'll now give the call to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the witnesses and officials who are appearing today. I really appreciate it. I think some of these numbers were talked about in one of your earlier responses, but I just want to be really clear about this. So we've banned direct imports from Russia of oil and refined petroleum through these sanctions. Could you tell us what was the value of Russian energy imports prior to the invasion of Ukraine, and what is it now?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, as we confirmed earlier, prior to our prohibition of direct energy imports, the value was $80 million in 2021. And today, following the prohibition on the direct import of Russian energy products, the value is zero, nothing.
So between 2021 and today, it's gone from a value of $80 million to zero.
That's correct.
So in the context of whether or not our sanctions against Russia have had any impact, it sounds as though that's a pretty significant impact. Would you agree?
I would, Senator, and I would just note that that many of our like-mindeds who are in lockstep with us in our efforts here are still in some cases directly importing Russian energy products. There are members of the EU, Hungary and Slovakia, who continue to import directly Russian energy products. Japan continues to import directly Russian energy products. So we are right at the forefront and have one of the most stringent regimes when it comes to direct Russian energy imports.
Thank you. You've just preempted my next question, which was going to be how our ban compares with others. So I think you've covered that. So I think we've established that we're, by far not the biggest importer of Russian fuel direct from Russia. Could it be said that we are the biggest importer of Russian fuel via third countries?
I'm aware that some evidence earlier today made that claim, but our data shows that is not the case. Australia is certainly not the biggest importer of Russian origin fuel products. Our trade data shows that Russia's direct exposure oil products were around 689 billion in February 2023 to 2025, but China's imports were well over that. Mongolia, Saudi Arabia are ahead of us as well, so we are not the largest. China much further ahead of us.
Okay, thank you for that. I understand that in December, Reliance Industries in India announced that it would no longer use Russian crude in its export dedicated refinery at Jamnagar. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct, Senator. They announced on the 21st of November that they would cease the import of Russian oil products into their export dedicated facility, the Jamnagar SEZ refinery. And we were pleased to hear that the Lloyd's Register, which is the kind of leading entity on these matters, confirmed in December 2025 that segregation had occurred and that therefore oil coming to Australia from that facility would no longer have refined Russian oil products in it.
And do you have an understanding of the percentage of imports from to Australia from India come from that particular refinery?
Yeah, so that's from India. 8% of our refined oil products come from India, but of that 8%, 88% came from that refinery. So the vast majority of our Indian refined product was from this Jamnagar facility. So this move by Reliance really does make significantly reduce the potential for us to import substantially transformed Russian oil from India.
What can you tell us about the international mechanisms that might exist to certify, track or monitor the origin of crude oil across various energy products?
Well, Senator, there is no international mechanism in place. This is part of the complexity and the challenge. There is no recognised international system for tracking and monitoring. So that's why we are working through this challenge with our like-mindeds, and the EU was the first to try this. So it's complex and there is no international system.
Thank you for clarifying that. You've talked quite a bit about your engagement with like-minded partners. I might put some extra questions about that on notice. I wonder if you could clarify, just for our evidence, you talked earlier about shadow fleet vessels. Could you just give us a bit of information about exactly what they are and how they're being used to evade sanctions, both our sanctions and elsewhere in the world?
I might hand to my sanctions colleagues on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I think it's probably useful just to say that this was the largest, most creative, unprecedented in size package of sanctions that basically like-minded countries imposed on Russia since the invasion of Ukraine. It was inherently difficult compared to other sanctions previously because, of course, Russia, massive country, right on the edge of Europe, big, immersed in global supply chains, big economy, P5 member with veto, all of those made it a very complex exercise. The sanctions that all like-minded countries imposed after the invasion were effective early on, very effective, including the oil price cap that was part of the mechanisms that were imposed on Russia at the outset. However, what we have seen since then, and unsurprising really, is a massive Russian effort to evade sanctions, including, as you mentioned, shadow fleets. It's just one of the mechanisms that they've used. The oil price cap, which essentially was an endeavour to force Russia's revenues from oil down by banning things like shipping companies, insurance companies, maritime services and the like, providing services if Russian oil was sold at anything over a certain price cap, was really effective early on. Russia managed to avoid a lot of these sanctions by basically using what are known as shadow fleets. Now, they're not Russian, they didn't start with the invasion of Ukraine. They are a bunch of vessels, a lot of them are tankers, that basically might use flags of convenience, uninsured or underinsured, unseaworthy old vessels that are basically being used to transport illicit cargoes or to beat sanctions or beat other kind of law enforcement mechanisms. The use of these and the number of these shadow fleet vessels obviously escalated hugely once Russia started using these shadow fleet vessels to avoid sanctions. We don't really know how many there are, but likely in the thousands. And certainly European countries are seeing a lot of shadow fleet vessel activity. We're not really seeing them in our waters so far, but they are shipping Russian oil, not just Russian, frankly, Iranian as well, DPRK material as well. And they are managing to support Russian exporting oil, still at reduced prices because of the sanctions, but they are certainly one of the methods Russia is using to avoid sanctions. Now, the issue of shadow fleets, they present not only problems with evading sanctions, but they're uninsured, underinsured, unseaworthy vessels. They present environmental risks, and in fact some of them have been involved in oil spills, and of course they escape, they're not insured, so there's a real issue there. Some shadow fleet vessels in European waters, in the Baltic in particular, have been linked with things like hybrid threat type activity, sabotage, cutting communications pipelines, basically actions taken against European countries as well as others. So these are a real scourge. The IMO has taken some action, and Australia was part and supported that action, encouraging all countries around the world to take action in relation to the shadow fleet problem. As was mentioned earlier, a lot of countries, including us, are now sanctioning shadow fleets vessels. We've sanctioned 200. There's a lot been sanctioned by other countries. Basically, all like-minded countries are sanctioning them. In addition to that, I mean, sanctioning them means that we're part of hardening what I would call the shadow fleet ecosystem. In some ways, sanctioning them brings them to everyone's attention. It is a mechanism to basically put pressure on all shipping registries not to maintain on their shipping registries shadow fleet vessels. For us, for example, one of the things that we do, because some of the Pacific Island countries have been named as countries with shipping registries that have actually flagged some of these shadow fleet vessels. So what we've done and continue to do is when we sanction vessels, we will actually communicate with Pacific Island governments and registries as part of that hardening of the ecosystem for shadow fleet action. We are encouraging and supporting Pacific Island governments to strengthen shipping registries, to encourage them to delist sanctioned vessels and other shadow fleet vessels. And if we did have shadow fleet activity in our region, obviously that would give us further things that we would be looking at doing. Now, this is actually really hard. They travel the world, and not necessarily in our waters, but they are actually doing things that have impacts on both the effectiveness of sanctions, but also on global issues, global safety, environmental safety, maritime safety, and the like. Increasingly, we see also false flag activity. So they might be flying a flag. It's not necessarily that they're actually legitimately registered to that particular country's shipping registry. So we're seeing a lot of illicit activity. They're turning off located devices so you can't track them. They're obscuring through falsified documentation. where they came from, their destinations, the owners, the cargoes, all of those sorts of activities are part of Russian sanctions evasion. We're also seeing quite a lot of activity, like things like use of transshipment hubs, to basically disguise where exports are going. We see use of alternative currencies to actually, again, disguise and move money back to Russia and to disguise where trade is actually happening. We've seen quite a bit of that. We're also seeing kind of shell companies, proxies, very hard to track and trace who actually owns assets. Now, the Sanctions Office, this is obviously complex for every country in the world to track and manage. As we mentioned earlier, we have a lot of engagement, a lot of information sharing with all the other countries that are tracking trends in Russian sanctions evasion. Because as we find and close gaps, new ones emerge, new methods emerge. This is an ongoing process. One of the things that we've done, in addition to kind of the shadow fleet support activity, is to increase our outreach and our compliance support for the Australian public. So if anyone were to look on the sanctions web pages on the DFAT site, you would actually see quite a lengthy list of guidance notes, advisory notes and the like. And just in the last probably year, we've put out, for example, guidance notes on how to recognise contractual problems that have Russian sanctions risks, like which transshipment hubs, what kind of documentation to look like, looking for proxies and brokers and things like that, red flags for what might indicate sanctions problematic. We've actually put out guidance notes on things like use of alternative currencies, those sorts of things, to actually give support for what to recognise, what to avoid, how to minimise and do due diligence on your transactions and trades. And obviously we work across government with ABF in particular, but also AFP and AUSTRAC to track and make sure to the best we can that Australia is not contributing to Russian sanctions evasion. So it is a mammoth amount of work. It's a really complex problem. It's a constantly evolving problem because Russia is intent on evading sanctions and will continue to try and find ways to do it. There's a lot of activity underway in this space, a lot of close work with ABF, AFP, but, you know, not going to pretend we have all the answers. We've closed all the loopholes, we've closed all the gaps. This is a constant evolution with a set of sophisticated adversaries trying to find ways to avoid and hide transactions.
Thank you. That was a very, very useful and comprehensive answer, so thank you. I've got to hand the call back in just a moment, but I have one brief question, which is really just a yes or no answer, which is, has the government imposed targeted financial sanctions and trade bans against persons and entities involved in the Russian energy sector?
Yes.
I'm seeing a few nods. Yes. Okay. Excellent. Sorry.
If you just want one, we can give you a list, but yes.
Yeah, well, so it would be useful. I know they're all available on your website, but it would just be useful, I think, for the purposes of this to have a list. And also on notice, if you could just take what those sanctions mean for those persons and entities in terms of the intended impact, and also for Australian businesses that might have previously been dealing with them. That's it from me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Whittaker. I've just got some more questions, but I wanted to move to defence. I've got more questions of the Sanctions Office. Brigadier, just wanting to understand from your perspective, if the government was to impose a ban on the importation of Russian crude oil from third countries, have you been able to assess the impact this would have on fuel security?
Thanks, Senator. Brigadier Mark Borlock from Department of Defence. We've, through the National Fuel Council, been very involved with all departments on a whole bunch of matters. And as a result of that Fuel Council, in fact, the gentlemen from the Institute of Petroleum are on that Fuel Council as well, and we've got good linkages with industry. And I would have to say, in answer to your question, we would be at the same impact as the rest of the country. So as the market would change and prices may fluctuate and there would be a transition period, defence would be no different to any other users, and as a result, the fuel security aspects of the country. I think there's too many factors to comment on that at this stage.
But what is your assessment, though, if there was going to be a ban on third countries? What's your assessment? What impact might that have on fuel security in this country?
Yeah, the market would have to adjust. And there's been other instances previously where the market has adjusted really quickly. So, again, going back to what Institute of Petroleum said, Senator, the time it takes to adjust is the bit that's the unknown factor here.
So how much fuel would we lose coming into this country?
Well, again, that's probably a question for the market. You know, they control how many ocean-going vessels are coming in at any one stage, and we do know that we are...
Have you done some modelling? Has there been any assessment done? And can you share with us what potential impact this could have?
So our modelling has been related to conflict and what would happen if conflict impacted the fuel supply chain. We haven't done any modelling on the market in this way.
And what does that modelling show?
It shows that there will be an impact in conflict, and it will mainly impact aviation fuel as opposed to diesel. And the National Fuel Council is in the process of putting all that data together at this stage.
And so when you say it would impact Australia at a time of conflict, what can you describe the nature of the impact?
Well, at any one stage, as I said before, Senator, there's 90-odd vessels coming, or 90%, I should say, of our imports coming at any one time. And so, therefore, it's a question of whether any ships or one ship will be impacted, and it comes down to insurances. It's a really complex patchwork quilt of cause and effect.
So how many days does Australia currently have of fuel supply in this country?
Days of Australia, I think that would be more of a question for the manufacturers and for Department of Climate Change, Senator.
So you don't hold that information, or someone in Defence must hold that information?
I have the Defence stocks, but they're of a sensitive nature, right, and not for the public record.
Okay. In your view, given the precarious nature of our fuel supply generally, does Australia need more domestic refining capacity?
Again, the National Fuel Council has discussed this problem at length, and they are making some recommendations to government, are in the process, and I would not be able to comment on the content of that report because it hasn't been submitted yet. But certainly they have been looking at ways to improve production, ways to improve storage and distribution capabilities in Australia.
If we could have a copy of that report on notice, we would be grateful.
I'd have to check with the Department of Climate Change, Senator, but I'll take that away and we'll come back to you. They own the report and how it's being staffed through government at this stage.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else that you can add from Defence's perspective about this issue? Because clearly many Australians are alarmed by the prospect that Russian oil is coming into this country via third parties. And the result is, and the very strong evidence is, that we're in effect delivering more money to Russia than we are to the Ukraine.
So, Senator, the Department of Defence's supply partner is Viva Energy, and we've been talking at lengths with Viva Energy, and they've confirmed that they're complying with all sanctions at this stage. We've also discussed...
Isn't the issue that there is no prohibition on third country imports? So they're complying with direct imports?
Yes, direct. With regards to indirect, we've had a chat to them about India, and they've confirmed that there's nothing in their forward work program from India, and that's the limit of our discussions at this stage.
So you've had an assurance from Viva,
yes,
that there is no fuel being sourced from India?
Yes.
And have they given you an assurance that there is no fuel being procured by Defence that constitutes Russian crude?
Again, that's a very difficult assurance to give, Senator. So they've confirmed that that they're complying with all sanctions, and they've confirmed that they've ceased all imports from India in their forward work program. But as the evidence has already been discussed today, there's really difficult mechanisms for them to confirm anything past that. So our discussions with them have been with regards to sanctions in India to this stage.
And did you make a particular decision, or Defence make a particular decision, that you were going to seek to not use Russian crude oil coming into this country indirectly?
So Defence complies with the government direction on sanctions, Senator, but we've also
I'm asking about indirect imports from third countries, and there's currently no prohibition on that, but clearly this is raising many, many alarm bells. So I'm asking, have you made a conscious decision not to source any fuel via third countries?
So Viva have advised us that they monitor the situation. They're aware of the sensitivities associated with it, and Viva has assured us that they will make decisions based on a number of factors, such as what we're talking about today.
Any other countries which pose a particular threat in terms of Russian crude coming via third countries?
Again, nothing that's been substantiated at this stage, but I think that's more of a question for the Department of Climate Change, Senator. Energy environment.
Well, to the extent that you're able to answer that question or provide any further evidence to the committee on notice, I'd be grateful.
Okay.
Including in relation to the matters that you've been discussing. Has Defence urged the government to implement a ban on imports of Russian crude from third countries?
Defence is working with the Department of Foreign Affairs on the discussion, as Department of Foreign Affairs has mentioned so far today, as a number of departments. So we're all discussing the issue together at the moment, Senator.
I mean, it would make your job a lot easier, wouldn't it? You would have the guarantee that you weren't using Russian crude if there was a comprehensive ban on Russian crude from third countries.
Defence doesn't see itself as any different to any other fuel user in Australia, Senator, so it would be of benefit to all of Australia at the decisions made before.
No, that wasn't my question, though, with respect. So wouldn't it be much better from a Defence's perspective, rather than having discussions with Viva and getting assurances about some countries, wouldn't it be better if there was a prohibition on imports of Russian crude from third countries?
So Defence is working with Department of Foreign Affairs to work through the options, and all of the options are considered, the impacts to fuel security and so on, Senator.
All right, well, if we could have any more information on notice in relation to your assessments or any correspondence or other briefing papers or other letters that have gone between yourselves and Foreign Affairs in relation to this matter, the potential ban on imports of Russian crude oil from third countries, I'd be most grateful. I just want to quickly move to the Australian Sanctions Office. We've only got a few minutes remaining. Just very briefly, we've had some evidence today raising concerns about the resources of the Australian Sanctions Office. Are you appropriately resourced? Do you have enough staff and specialty skills to do the job?
I can tell you what our staffing currently is, Senator.
Yes, please.
If that would be of help. So basically, as at the end of January, the Australian Sanctions Office has 27.7 FTE, but allocated 28.8 FTE. We have 7 of those on sanctions compliance and monitoring, 5.8 on permits and outreach, which is a critical part of kind of compliance and monitoring as well, 6.8 on sanctions strategy and legislation, quite complex legislation, and 7 on sanctions listings and litigation. Okay. And then there's head of the Sanctions Office.
I'm going to be very quick. Sorry, Miss. Oh, sorry. Any other personnel?
No, that's it on the staffing.
I'm going to be super quick because we do need to finish on time. Yep. Have you sought further resources for the Australian Sanctions Office?
We received. You might be aware, Senator, that we sought resources to basically build and strengthen monitoring and compliance in the 24-25 budget outcome, and we received a budget outcome then which gave us some resources and some resource to ABF and AUSTRAC for compliance and monitoring.
But have you sought any further budgetary support?
Not since then, Senator.
So you have the resources you need to do the job, in other words?
Well, it's a hypothetical question. With more, you can always do more. We are actually covering listings, legislation, litigation, compliance and monitoring with the resources we have.
All right. Well, look, it is just a minute or so to go before the end of the hearing, so I might leave my questions at that and put the rest on notice. Just look for the script. Can I thank you very much for appearing today? We are most grateful. For questions on notice, if they could be returned by Friday, the 27th of February, we would be most grateful. So thank you so much again. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared, to Hansard, to Broadcasting and to the Secretariat. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.